to everybody to this meeting in Ancona, and hello to you that are here on site, and hello to the people that are following online. And we can start this meeting with a welcome address of the director of the department, Professor Davide Neri.
Grazie, Gianfranco. Good morning to everybody. Thank you all to be here. And on the behalf of the rector of Polytechnic University of Marche, I welcome you. I welcome you here in Ancona. It's an important conference for us, an important topic of research that is really a basis of all our university courses. In Ancona, we have 5 faculties: medicine, economy, engineering, life science, and agriculture. All of them cooperate. All of them work on sustainability with different approaches, and also with courses that are made together. We have a course, a master course that is on management of circular economy, that is ruled by agriculture, economy, and engineering. So the approach is to stay together to face these very important topics that are absolutely open to different approaches. So I was very well impressed by Gianfranco when he proposed this meeting, and he proposed a conference on innovation in food, loss, and waste management, because he's on this line. So we are working to reduce the loss, to reduce the waste, and to understand that nothing is waste and everything is circular. So that is very important. And so this today is the final meeting for Prima project StopMedWaste. So that is something that was very important for our department to be presented and to study on it. Then the possibility tomorrow to meet also the next meeting on cost action on food waste stop is another big opportunity. So I really thank all the speakers from 30 countries that in these 3 days will be here in Ancona. And this is, again, a way to say that is important the topic and is important the approach that is in a different point of view that must stay together. And, you know, Ancona is a medium-small university. We are about 15,000 students in Polytechnic University. And the 5 faculty I told you, which they are. And the agricultural faculty is more or less 1,000 students. And every year we have more than 200 new coming students. So it's we are still able to have new young people that are coming, and they ask for this integrated approach. We have 3 main areas. So we have agriculture with a course also in precision farming, and we have food science, we have environment and forestry. So all of these together can have a wide approach to what is the sustainability for the production systems and for the natural systems. Then we have 3 master's courses and 1 doctoral school. So we can have the whole approach together for making active research and also the formation for the new student and the interaction with the territory. Our department has more than 35 operational groups of European Union that works in the territory. So it means that each of us is involved in several research application and forward to the farmers, to the OP, to the cooperative system. And so it's very important for the department to have the possibility to work with the students and on the same time with the productive systems with a very profitable approach that is good for our students and is an opportunity to make the trainship and the application in the farmer system. So I wish all of you to have a profitable conference and a pleasant stay in Ancona. Thank you.
Thank you, Davide, for your great support in all our activities and in the perfect management of our department. So this day we'll have the aim to share with the audience the results of the Prima project. So it will be an overall presentation, and then all the unit will report what they did during these 4 years. We are close to the end of this project. A big bunch of results is now available. And in the afternoon, we will have some experience of other Prima projects that applied for the same call or other call over time, and the next call will come in the next days, and maybe this kind of network can be beneficial for the interaction, and maybe in this meeting we will have opportunity to know better a little bit advancement of the research and how we can plan together a better future. So now I give the microphone to Professor Antonio Ippolito, that is one of the worldwide person in the management of post-harvest decay of fresh fruit. He organized the International Congress in Bari years ago with a very high number of people with very good discussion, and he is a part of our network, and his team worked very well, and we will hear later. So I give the floor to him.
Okay, thank you, Gianfranco, and welcome everybody. Gianfranco said me just a few seconds ago that I have to present the speakers of this first in this morning. So I think we can start very quickly. So the first presentation, Gianfranco Romanazzi and Marwa Muni, and he will present the Prima project. So the state of the art, what was the task of this project.
Thank you, Antonio. And I will give you just some introduction in what we did, and we know that we need to have a more sustainable future. So there are the Sustainable Development Goals, and our Prima project tried to target some of them. One of them is to reduce the loss and the waste. We waste even half of what we produce, so we try to target those. We know that we have the loss that starts from the field and reach the supermarket, the consumer, and the waste involve the consumer. These SDG are linked to some of the lines planned by the Farm to Fork strategy of European Union or European Community. Some of them are the halving of food waste together with the halving of synthetic pesticides. The people is worried about the amount of synthetic pesticides. And at the same time, we should increase the organic agriculture, since this is perceived are more safe from the consumer. And as well, the retailers request a lower amount of synthetic pesticide. because the consumers are worried and the retailers has to reduce this amount. So we cluster together to reach those aims with partners from different area of Euro-Mediterranean basin that are here represented. And thanks to all of you for coming in Ancona and for taking the results of the work that you did in this time, in this period. It was a very good interaction. So we presented this project, and food waste is increasingly important, and is also, it became even worse with COVID. So to reduce the food waste or to recycle this food waste is a way to increase the amount of available food. So some of the targets is to provide strategy to halve the waste, and since we talk about fruit and vegetables, to reduce the amount of discarded fruit, and at the same time to reduce the amount of synthetic pesticides. So we have a list of work package into the project, linked to the use of physical means, natural compounds, biocontrol agents, control all foodborne pathogens, and we try to do it from the field to the packing house, and then to try also to improve the knowledge of the people from packing house using some smart tools and checking some measure of environmental sustainability. And we had a bunch of meetings. We started in Cyprus to present the data of our project. And then we had a meeting in Macfruit. All the units were involved. A meeting in Bari where we talked about pomegranates. A meeting in Torino where we talked about stone fruit diseases. A meeting in Tunisia where we covered several issues of the project. We had a roundtable in International Congress of Plant Pathology. We had also some webinars to improve the knowledge of the people of the packing house in Turkey and in Spain. So all the units worked very, very well. And they were a list of scientific results. We have more than 30 published papers, and you may see the posters that are available during the coffee break. And but it was important, as also Davide Neri told, the interaction with the territory. So to talk with the technicians, to try to give instruction to them, and also to have a relation with the company. And this was one of the aim of the project. We try to share the news on the website. We have the different social media. And from this Prima, we entered together with other Prima that are represented in a cost action, which we will talk in the next days, tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, that try to prevent, manage, quantify food loss and waste, and go toward valorization of food waste. And there are 6 different working groups that will talk about and discuss about this kind of issue, and it will be a list of sessions that will be here in the room, and then it will be on the last day some separate session per each of the working group. And this project started in last September in Brussels. Several people of this Prima and other Prima were involved, and so we can tell that this Prima is a good platform for interaction, and it is useful. And there is also the next application on which we can work, and we can together try to increase the knowledge into this area. And so try to reduce as much as possible food loss and waste. Thanks to all the people that worked in the project, and thanks to all of you.
Thank you, Gianfranco. And yeah, I can say that the project was very well directed by Gianfranco. You have seen a lot of meeting. There was a really very good relationship created among groups that were participating to this project. And we will see some of the main results in next presentation. And also the cost maybe is the normal, the natural continuation, we can say, or a branch, very important branch for continuing this kind of relationship bigger than this project. Okay, we can move to the next presentation. Gianfranco Romanazzi, Marwa Muni, Landi, D'Ortensio, Macau, Alvarez, Garcia, and Passetti. And the title is Chitosan Essential Oil and Ozone as Tools to Control Decay Causing Fungi and Control Post-Harvest Decay of Fruits. That will be presented by Gianfranco.
Thank you again, Antonio. I now will try to give few information about what we did in our unit. We work on natural compounds, and one of the natural compounds on which maybe 25 years ago or so, Antonio suggested me to work on. At that time, I was not so happy. I thought, why I should? But later, I thought, okay, yeah, good, okay, not bad. And this is this natural biopolymer called chitosan. And yeah, we try to understand how it works and how we can apply it to preserve the quality of fresh fruit and vegetables and aromatic plants that are the subject of this Prima project. And the popularity of this coating is increasing, and there are a list of chitosan projects onto the market, and there are several effects of this chitosan on the property of fresh fruit, because it produces a film, a coating, and it slows down the ripening, it increases the resistance of the host plants, it can reduce the gas exchange, then control the decay and reduce the waste. One of the trials was to compare, from Sarah, that you saw outside, is to compare different chitosan formulation. So not all chitosan formulation are the same. We will have also some information this afternoon about the chitosan from insects. And a kind of biorefinery. And we tested 2 commercial formulations to see how do they work. And so we found, although the biopolymer is the same, we found a differential effect on the different pathogens. So we compared a formulation based on chitosan hydrochloride and a formulation based on Kosoga, where there are 2 molecules. One of them is chitosan with short chain. And briefly, we can see that there are pathogens that are less sensitive to this chitosan, for example, Botrytis cinerea, while an increasing sensitivity is on the different monilinia, monilinia fructicola, monilinia laxa, and monilinia fructigena. And at the same concentration, this Kosoga was more effective, had a higher inhibitory activity toward some of those pathogens as compared to chitosan hydrochloride. Another set of trials was the one of comparing a list of chitosan formulation on strawberries. We know that strawberries are very sensitive, and it is relatively easy that they get decay. It happens on our refrigerator. So we compare this chitosan formulation with other compounds based, for example, on essential oils or mixture of terpenes or other compounds available. So more or less all of those compounds reduced in a different way, but there were some difference. So some chitosan formulation worked more than others. And we did those trials at room temperature, simulating the picking of strawberries and the storage, or cold storing the strawberries for 1 week or so, then keeping them during the shelf life at room temperature. And we saw that there are formulations that does not differ so much, both with keeping the fruit at room temperature and cold storing them, but other formulation, for example, the one based on essential oils, are more effective at the room temperature, less effective with cold storage, because those essential oil create a vapor, a gas that inhibits the pathogen. Then in this way, those they are lost into the environment and they are less effective. We also try to spray into the field in strawberries a list of compounds, includes the echinacea formulation, echinacea non-phosphoric acid plus micronutrients, and a sweet orange essential oil. And they had a different activity. Echinacea performed a little bit better than the other two. Another trial was to measure the volatile organic compounds released by different essential oils toward post-harvest pathogen, Botrytis cinerea, Monilinia fructigena, Monilinia lax, and Monilinia fruticola, with an innovative system that a Spanish student that worked here, Samuel Perez Alvarez, developed. He developed a prototype based on this. And we saw here as well that for some essential oils, they work with a lower concentration toward the different pathogen, while for other essential oil, we need a higher concentration. The different essential oil are a different volatility because they are a different composition and there are different compounds that are here. So there is a different variability, and when you mix different essential oil, you are a better effectiveness than the essential oils used alone. Then another way to preserve the fruit is to applying some physical means, so the ozone, some gases, and we took some pictures. Those trials were followed by Lucrezia D'Ortenzio, that is in the behind to control the presentation, and thanks for her work as well. So storing these fruit with and without ozone, and those fruit were pre-harvest treated with different compounds and different sprayer. So we can see that there is an effect of ozone and there is a minor effect of the sprayer. So ozone is effective. And how does it work? Ozone affects the physiology of the plant, slowing down the ripening. Lucia Landi worked a lot on these trials on gene expression. And so there were some enzymes linked to the ripening of the fruit that were affected by the treatment with ozone. So basically we confirmed that ozone slows down ripening. Last work was to find some markers produced by pathogen on fruit, on infected fruits, and this was done together with the team of food technology. And basically, we stored fruit, artificially inoculated and naturally infected, artificially inoculated with monilinia, with a small amount and growing amount of monilinia. So even the fruit with starting infection can produce volatiles that are clearly separated by the one produced by healthy fruit. So basically, based on those volatiles, we can create some tools that can provide an information on the possibility that that fruit of that box is infected or not. An increasing interest is now into means to control the disease that are not targeting directly the pathogen, but trying to make more resistant the fruit. And there is a good popularity of those kind of trials. Dr. Ruski will give more words in the next talk, in next days. But the time in which we apply those inducing resistance is crucial, because the fruit need to be reactive to this induced resistance. And so if the fruit is not, it is ripening too much, is not react as better as it should. And so we can think that the fruit is in the middle of a kind of battle where there is a pathogen that can affect the fruit and wants to attack, but on the other side, we can try to increase the resistance of the fruit and turn this kind of balance toward the resistance and not toward the infection. We did this thanks to a big bunch of people that they did an excellent job, and so thanks to all of them, and thanks to all of you for the attention.
Thank you, Gianfranco. I think we have time for questions. Gianfranco, we can allow questions. If there are some questions, please do it. Yeah, Gianfranco, at least one from my side. Concerning the gaseous substances, so ozone and essential oil, which one, in your opinion, is the most effective with advantages and disadvantages for both of them?
It is a strong question.
In general.
We meet pretty often to talk about alternatives to synthetic pesticides, and it's not easy to find one without any side effect or a very high effectiveness as compared to the one of synthetic pesticide. But we should see a case-by-case study. So there is no a general solution for everything, but for example, ozone can be good, can be effective on the proper fruit. For example, on table grapes, it works a little bit better than on other fruits. But you have to check very well the amount of ozone. It can be constant because ozone is fungistatic, not fungicide. So when you take out, and you cannot go upward to such levels because it can damage the people that works there. Or so ozone is good, but it can be handled with care as well for essential oil, because you need to try to keep a concentration, and maybe later we will hear something from David about, because with high concentration essential oil can be phytotoxic, with lower concentration they can be ineffective. So we should find some way to release, and there are some commercial formulations that are available to do so. So research can go on as well. We have other tools. We have some coatings. We will hear later. We have biocontrol agents. So we should think, since we have to keep a fruit without residue or chemical residue, we should keep a kind of integrated approach with different means that can be combined using the so-called Ardle concept, so we can have an integration of means that can have an effectiveness higher than the one of single mean.
Yeah. One question more. Sure. Thank you for your presentation. Just a curiosity about the potential use of volatile organic compounds released by diseased fruit. What could be one application, in your opinion, a practical application?
Yeah. This use, we found some markers of infected fruit. So it should be nice maybe to scale up this kind of trials with some devices that can show if in the box or in the container or in a bigger amount you have or not infected fruit, and maybe also quantify the number of infected fruit, even without opening, for example, a truck or so, or a box or an environment or a storage room. So, welcome.
Yeah, I remember also many years ago that there was Edna Pesis from Israel that was working with acetaldehyde. That is a normal metabolite of fruits. And I remember there were interesting results, but always the same. Phytotoxicity, the level of the effectiveness was very near the phytotoxicity. So maybe other volatiles produced by fruit can be interesting, not only for monitoring the presence of rot, but also to find substances that can be useful, maybe also to stop some process of rotting fruits. Okay, other questions on this activity made here at the University of Politecnico delle Marche, please? Forse ci vuole un microphone.
Thank you so much for opening and this presentation. Just of pure curiosity, have you tested the nutrition of these treated fruits and the taste? Does treatments have any influence on the nutrition of fruits and on the taste?
Thanks for the question. The question was about the nutritional quality of the fruit, right?
Yes.
When we apply a treatment as compared to the standard, the first thing that we try to assess is that the quality does not become worse. So this is the first step. The second step is that we can improve the quality because some of those treatments can increase the resistance, and usually this increased resistance go through the increase of phenolic compounds. These phenolic compounds, or most of them, you know well, they are nutraceutical compounds. So the idea can be to have a fruit treated with natural strategies that it is better preserved and at the same time is more nutrient or help the health of the consumer. So this is the ambition.
Thank you so much for explanation.
Welcome.
I think there are some questions that I don't see. Among the technology used today are called plasma and in general ROS. Maybe what can you? No, have any studies being conducted in this regard? How are these technology evaluated?
Yeah, cold plasma is another tool that it is possible to use. Thanks for the question. And we have a poster on cold plasma. We didn't include all the data. We know that cold plasma is effective toward the pathogen. It changes the physiology of the pathogen, trying to inhibit list of enzymes. So we have a study that Lucia Landi did with cold plasma, and we will have also a talk about the use of cold plasma in the next days. So it is another challenging tool that is available, and we have to work in a bigger frame with different options that can be integrated, and they can be used at the same time or in a subsequent time to create a list of hurdles, and those hurdles can try to reduce the amount of the pathogen, the amount of disease.
Okay. Other questions? If not, we can continue. And so now the floor is to Anna Maria Mincuzzi from the University of Bari, and she will speak about integrated alternative control means against preserved disease of pomegranate and citrus fruit.
So, good morning. Our presentation concerns the integrated approach to control the post-harvest diseases of pomegranate and citrus fruit. And according to the project, we focus our attention on the physical means, such as the electrolyzed water and the ozone. Pomegranate diseases are really important and split it between diseases caused by wound pathogens and disease caused by latent pathogens. It's important to highlight that more of them are caused by latent pathogens that representing the 65% of the pathogens and occurred in the field during the blooming stage, then remain latent until optimal condition to develop. Similar data are not available for post-harvest diseases of the citrus that are mainly the well-known brown spot, green and blue mold, and anthracnose. So it's not possible to define the yield losses that occurred along the production chain. During the research within this project, we evaluated several sites of the pomegranates and citrus post-harvest diseases. First of all, we had some preliminary trials concerning the phytotoxicity of the salts used to prepare the neutral electrolyzed water. In the first step of the trial, we assessed the phytotoxicity of potassium sorbate, sodium bicarbonate, sodium metabisulfite, and calcium propionate if applied at 1.25% of concentration. This concentration is too high, and as you can see in these pictures, had some phytotoxic effect. We also tested the phytotoxicity of gaseous ozone and ozonated water that we use at a different concentration and testing several exposure timing. Then, considering the etiology of the pomegranate diseases, we decided to apply the treatments in the field during the blooming stage. And we tested commercial compounds made of red seaweeds or formulate made of Arobacillium pullulans or Bacillus amyloliquefaciens and hydrochloride chitosan. Among these, the best one was the Bacillus amyloliquefaciens that was able to reduce both the nesting and the incidence of the disease. In the same year, we decided also to test the electrolyzed water and the gaseous ozone on cracked fruit, because we consider each crack as an access via for fungal wound pathogens, like the Penicillium species. And we tested the lower concentration of the salts. So we dipped it for a couple of minutes, each compound in a solution made of neutral electrolyzed water amended with the salts that were used at the 0.62% of concentration. Among these salts, the best one was the calcium propionate that was able to reduce the diseases. We tested also the different protocol of exposure for the gaseous ozone shock treatments. Ozone was applied at 750 ppb for 4 hours of exposure time. And we tried to apply the ozone 1, 2, or 4 treatments per month. In this case, we observed that the either application was the best one to reduce the incidence of the disease. From this data, we decided to arrange the follow trial that was the integrated approach among the different alternative control means. Indeed, we decided to treat the plants during the blooming stage, and we applied the Bacillus amyloliquefaciens according to different protocols. So for 2 times during the blooming stage and for 4 times during the blooming stage, plus an additional one just before harvest. Fruit were then dipped in the solution made of neutral electrolyzed water amended with calcium propionate and exposed periodically to the ozone at the highest concentration. It's important to analyze the scheme of the trial because each treatment split into further treatments. And we needed to add a factorial ANOVA to analyze the data. We decided to analyze the incidence of the decay and the severity, the epiphytic population, and the main qualitative parameters such as the color, the pH, the TSS, and the TA. Data concerning the epiphytic population are not significant. In fact, we don't observe any difference. Instead, after 4 months of cold storage, we can observe that the calcium propionate amended with the neutral electrolyzed water reduced by the 56% the incidence of the diseases. And this data was also confirmed after 2 further weeks of shelf life, where we can observe the reduction of 40%. It's important to precise that the 2022 is a very dry year and not favorable to the growth of the pathogens. So the nesting data are very interesting. In this case, we observe the incidence of the nesting at the end of the shelf life. And also the Bacillus amyloliquefacens, if applied 5 times, can reduce by the 47% the incidence of the diseases. And the nesting was reduced also by the application of the solution of calcium propionate plus nu. This data confirmed the preliminary trial in which we just tested one of these compounds per step. And in this case, we can observe that Bacillus amyloliquefacens is able to reduce the incidence of the diseases after 3 months of storage and also after 3 months plus 2 weeks of storage by 43%. Similar observations are possible for the dipping in calcium propionate that, when applied to cracked fruit, is very useful to prolong the shelf life of second-class pomegranates that generally are used for juice production. Concerning the qualitative parameters, we can observe in this slide the color assessment before post-harvest treatments, but no significant difference was observed with the control. This data was confirmed also after 2 months of cold storage and 4 months of cold storage. Similar results, so very steady, are observed also for the pH, the TA, and the TSS. For citrus trial, we used a similar approach. So we decided to have some preliminary trials to assess, for example, the effectiveness of ozone to control the conidial survival of Penicillium digitatum and Penicillium italicum. And we tested a continuous exposure and a 1-minute exposure to the ozone. The continuous exposure is more effective to reduce the conidial survival. Then we decided to analyze the natural infections in artificially wounded fruit. And we used a different type of citrus. So in the first trial, we analyzed on mandalate the effect of continuous ozone if applied at a different concentration and exposure time. The highest concentration of 750 ppb for 3 hours of exposure is the most effective in reducing the disease. We also tried ozone effectiveness of a semi-commercial scale with oranges. And we tested also new salts that are not yet reported in literature, such as the calcium propionate, using the same concentration just employed for pomegranates. These data were used to arrange the second trial with an integrated approach similar to the previous. In this case, we worked with Feminello lemon, and we had post-harvest dipped in solution made of salt and salt or nu. So we had calcium propionate with the neutral electrolyzed water, sodium bicarbonate, and sodium bicarbonate with neutral electrolyzed water, using water dimazalyl as control cases. Each one of these split in treated and untreated with ozone. And also in this case, we applied the factorial ANOVA to evaluate the decay incidence and the severity and the main qualitative parameters. According to the data obtained, we can observe in this slide on the upper side the incidence of the infected wounds. On the lower side, the McKinney index to evaluate also the severity. On the left, the graph showed the neutral electrolyzed water effect. Instead, on the right, the ozone. Sodium bicarbonate amended to neutral electrolyzed water was able to reduce the incidence and the severity of citrus post-harvest diseases like imasali. So we have a full reduction of the disease. Similar result was obtained also treating fruit with the ozone. Also, after 3 days of shelf life, these results were confirmed, and sodium bicarbonate amended to new was able to reduce by 91 to 96% the disease incidence and severity, respectively. Instead, ozone reduced by 72 to 83 the disease incidence and severity. Also, these data were confirmed concerning the ozone, the effectiveness on a semi-commercial scale trial, where we can observe a reduction of the 92% after 3 weeks of application of ozone, that remain of about the 58% at the end of the storage. Citrus, concerning the qualitative parameters, the values are steady. So we didn't observe any difference among the treatments concerning pH, TA, and TSS. Indeed, we can state that an integrated approach is needed to control the post-harvest diseases because some pathogens infected fruit in the field and remain latent, so it's needed in the field treatments. And then we have the need to have also the post-harvest treatments to control the wound pathogens. In this case, we can also reduce the waste production, the pesticide use, according to a one-health approach and maintaining a good food quality. In detail, concerning this presentation, the combination between Bacillus amyloliquefacens and neutral electrolyzed water amended with calcium propionate reduce pomegranate post-harvest diseases, and the combination between neutral electrolyzed water amended with sodium bicarbonate with exposure to gaseous ozone can reduce the citrus post-harvest diseases. So thank you for the attention, and thank you to all the partners within the project.
Thank you, Anna Maria. If there are questions. Yes. Erwin.
Thank you, Antonio and Anna Maria. It's very good study. I would like to ask about the pomegranates. What do you think about the commercial uses of these alternatives? I think, for the pesticides and already used in the commercially, can we combine with them in the commercially with these applications?
I think that the neutral electrolyzed water with the calcium propionate could be a good solution for the post-harvest, especially to prolong the shelf life. Mm-hmm. But it's really important to treat also in the field the plants to prevent.
Yeah, but you spoke out, so the combination with the conventional fungicides?
Yeah, there is another, not fungicide, there's another pesticide they used already. So especially for the biological control agents, maybe can be affected by these applications, I think.
Yeah, sure.
If you...
but also another idea is the use of pesticides together, for example, with electrolyzed water. The problem is that the pesticides generally are organic substances, so that they should be neutralized by the electrolyte. But if they are, if this pesticide has had the salts, maybe you can improve the effectiveness. Electrolyzed water is interesting, but still not very widespread used because the cost of the machine is still very high. So this is the great. But many other research groups are working on this. And probably in the next future, we can find something more interesting and applicable. Yeah. Other questions?
Can I?
Yeah.
I just have another question related to neutral electrolyzed water. I just, it's very similar, but I would like to know if there is some maybe packing house which is already experiencing this in
No.
practice?
No, not yet.
No. And the company selling the machine? There is a company selling this?
Electrolyte water?
Yes.
Yeah, there was maybe almost 10 years ago, there was a company from Swiss that were building a machine that it was also used in a packing house in Sicily, in southern Italy. But no further development. And that machine was really very well organized, and the packing house owners, they said, for me, it's very the results are very important, because when something is wrong in the fruits that are sold, is that no return of bins of fruits, and this was very important for them. Exporting, especially in Swiss, where the distribution is very careful on this. Yeah, but until now, no further, unfortunately, no further development of this kind of machine. Yeah.
Okay, just another question about if you can tell, it's more pathological, but the penicillium. Do you have any idea about the species that are involved, or yet in pomegranate?
Yes.
Yes.
We analyze the species in another work, and the most important species are Penicillium glabrum, Penicillium brevicompactum. You can find also Penicillium citrinum, John Cruji, and this is really important also the Talaromyces albobi-verticillius, although not yet a penicillium.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
But the most important is one of that, or all these?
Sorry?
The most important species.
Concerning the concentration or the possibility of mycotoxin production?
Yeah, no, it's too big. Okay, there is a question, Anna Maria. What were the cold storage condition of pomegranate?
It depends on the cultivar, but generally is about 7 Celsius degrees for 90-95% of relative humidity.
Yeah. So I think we give the answer to the question on online. Other questions? Gianfranco? No question. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anna Maria. And we move to next presentation by Mohamed Bashir Alagui, Muna Ben Amara from National Institute for Agronomic Research of Tunisia, essential oils and grass salts for preventing post-harvest fruit rot and reducing the need for chemical fungicides. Prego. Bashir.
Thank you very much. Good morning for all the audience. So the presentation is about essential oil and the grass salts for preventing post-harvest fruit rot and reducing the need for chemical fungicides. In Tunisia, high amounts of post-harvest fruit are lost due to rots, and rots are due mainly for fungal species, which has Penicillium digitatum, Botrytis cinerea, Penicillium italicum, and Alternaria alternata. These species are considered the most important fungi causing fruit decay during storage. These fungal species were isolated and purified, so we use it in different experiments. As you see here, for example, Penicillium digitatum #1 in the Petri dish, 2 Botrytis, 3 Penicillium italicum, 4 Alternaria alternata. For those, they don't know very well the fungal species in Petri dishes only. The pathogenity of these isolated fungal species, as you see here, the symptoms in different fruits like citrus, apples, etc. for Penicillium digitatum, Italicum, although they are from the same, they are Penicillium, but the symptoms are different, and the severity, as you see here, from Italicum and digitatum are different botrytis cinerea. And with tomatoes, we have Penicillium italicum and Penicillium digitatum. And with tomato, what we see is contrary to what we see with Penicillium digitatum on citrus, which is a very devastating fungal species. In tomato, Penicillium digitatum was not, surprisingly, was not very severe on tomato in our trials, but Italicum is the most, is very pathogen, has a high pathogenity on tomatoes, as you see in these pictures. Another aspect to see the importance of wounds for fungal infection. You have here apples, and some of them were inoculated in this place, and here not inoculated, but all of them are wounded with different kind of wounds, wide wounds, for example, small picture and intact. For example, here on intact apple fruits, intact, but on this skin, we put the fungal species, which is botrytis cinerea. We don't see anything about the symptoms of this fungal species. But when we have the fruit is wounded, we see a high amount of attack by this fungal species. When the wound is small, the severity is less, as you see here. But when we wound the fruit, but we don't put inside the pathogen, generally we don't see anything. This means that two things are necessary. The fungal species should be present, and the wound, which show that the wound is a very important factor increasing the severity and the losses of fruits. For the control of this fruit decay, at first we used essential oils, and 30 essential oils were tested in vitro, and this work was published. You have all the details about this work. It is published recently, last month. And the most important results in this experiment is that essential oil of clove flower bud and essential oil of cinnamon bark are the most effective against these three fungal species, Alternaria, botrytis, and Penicillium. As you see here, the inhibitory of this fungal species are very high with these two essential oil. And for the fungal species, botrytis cinerea is the most susceptible. When we compile all the results of the 30 essential oils together, we see that botrytis cinerea is the most susceptible, followed by Penicillium italicum, and the most tolerant is Alternaria. It is a little bit like what I see with Gianfranco with the classification of the behavior of these fungal species towards different biological compounds. For another work about the use of grass salts to control these fruit decay, and we used in vitro the sodium metabisulfite, ammonium bicarbonate, sodium bicarbonate, potassium phosphate. And what we see is the most important at low dose. The dose is 0.2% here. And sodium metabisulfite was effective in vitro at this concentration. So we continue using this grass salt in the next experiments at this low concentration. Here we have done in vivo on fruits trials, preventive and curative activity of the sodium metabisulfite grass salt. And what we see that this grass salt lose the preventive activity of this grass salt is lost, and we don't see any efficacy at these concentration. But curative activity is high with sodium metabisulfite against Botrytis cinerea on fruit, apple fruit golden, the variety is golden. And we used here the concentration from 1% to 3% compared to the commercial fungicide. But we see, for example, here at low dose, 1% curative activity of sodium metabisulfite is good, and we would like to see to decrease this concentration. And what happened? Maybe at low dose we have the same effectiveness. And what we see here that 0.5% concentration of this grass salt is effective and give an efficacy near close to 100%, but in curative activity. This salt, however, this salt at low concentration, we see that show phytotoxicity on the different fruit. Here we have apple fruits in this and orange fruits. In this case, they are treated with sodium metabisulfite with different concentration from 0.5 to 4% and not inoculated. In this case, we have the same treatment, but we have the fruit were inoculated. The same thing was done with oranges. Although the fruit is not inoculated, we see the reaction here, the reaction of this phytotoxicity when we increase the concentration of this salt, similar to what we see when the fruit is inoculated. Here what we observe that this reaction is due to the phytotoxicity and not due to the fungal species, because here the fungal species is stopped at low concentration. We mix some effective essential oil and grass salts on oranges, and here we have, for example, ketosane mixed with essential oil, cinnamon bark or clove, and essential oil only. And what we conclude from this and from the apple fruit, when we mix this essential oil or sodium metabisulfite, we don't add anything to the effectiveness of these compounds. These compounds were more effective when they are used alone. As a conclusion, Penicillium digitatum is the most damaging post-harvest pathogen, mainly on citrus fruit. Botrytis cinerea is a serious pathogen on a wide range of fruit types, followed by Penicillium italicum and Alternaria. This is what we see in our condition in Tunisia. After a prolonged cold storage and during shelf life, all these fungal species are capable of causing considerable damage. This in the factory, in the storage at commercial scale. So although these fungal species, when we observe them 5 or 10 days after inoculation, we can classify them as we have here. But in commercial use, these fungal species could be devastated. All of them are serious on fruits. Another conclusion, wounds on fruit are the main factor in the spread of fungal rot. The fruit which with wounds should be stored before cold storage to prevent further fungal attack. Certain essential oils such as cinnamon bark and clove flower bud were effective in reducing the mycelial growth of these fungi by 98% and 92% respectively at 500 ppm, showing a high effectiveness in vitro. The grass salt in particular sodium metabisulfite was effective in vitro and on fruit treated curatively at low dose. Higher concentration of the salt were phytotoxic. We suggest the use of innovative methods such as nano-encapsulation for the practical formulation of these environmentally friendly compounds, helping to reduce the need for chemical fungicides. Here, as you have seen before our meeting in Tunisia, you know Gianfranco Ramonazzi here, and Professor Luis, Anna Maria, and Marwa, and some people attending this meeting in last June. Some poster, this poster was presented in Limassol Cyprus in June 22, and we participate Lyon in the meeting, the Congress of Lyon, with 2 posters. And here now we present also 2 posters about our work, and all this we will find all the details of the work. And thank you very much for this is the acknowledgement for the PRIMA. This work was conducted within the framework of the PRIMA StopMedWaste project. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Bashir. Questions? Just one question. Among all these substances that you found very effective, in Tunisia, are they used practically? There are some examples of application of these substances in your packing houses or
we are
other near them.
Yes, it is programmed to do this in the next weeks to see if these essential oils and sodium metabisulfite, when we use them in the commercial condition, have something of importance. We will see this. We contacted with Mona Ibn Amara, some company, and they agreed to allow us to perform this work with them.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I have a question. Congratulations to very good job, very good work that you are doing, and very interesting result that you presented. You used a list of essential oils, and you had a different effectiveness. How you can explain this? Why an essential oil can be more effective than another in your trials? It depends on the essential oils, it depends on the pathosystem, on the sensitivity of the pathogen, of the fruit, of the storage condition, which is, by your point of view, the the good interaction of the essential oil with the fruit and with the pathogen?
What we have done is we used these essential oils in vitro conditions, and in this condition, as you see, we have different effectiveness, and sure it is due to the chemical composition which is different from these essential oils have different chemical composition. For example, cinnamon bark have aldehyde, a chemical composition specific for this essential oil. Essential oil of clove, same thing. Maybe ginariol, something like this. But for others, citronellol, etc. For me, I discussed this in the paper, and I think that these compositions are not effective in controlling fungal species attacking post-harvest fruit. Now, if we would like to explain the effectiveness, what we see in vitro, but in fruits. In fruits, I think the situation is different, and we can't pretend or have a good idea before we do the experiment. I have the result and see the result directly.
Okay, thank you, Bashir. Are there any other questions from? Okay, if no other questions, thank you very much for attending this first part of the session, and we can move to the coffee break and the poster session, and we will see here again at 11:20. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, welcome again to the second session of this meeting, and we have before general discussion 3 presentations, and we can start with the first one with Davide Spataro and Giulia Remoli, University of Turin, effectiveness of antagonistic yeasts and essential oils in the control of post-harvest diseases of fruit. Okay, Davide, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much for introducing me. Well, we heard already this morning a bit about essential oils, so I will bring some more data for the discussion. And in the framework of the StopMedWaste project, we have been working with 2 main types of technologies. One is the use of essential oils, and the other is the use of biocontrol agents. I will start with essential oils, which we have applied mainly for the stone fruit control, and I will put also some data about the palm fruit application. Anyway, we know already that essential oils can have different origins. They have a very different composition. And one of the issues is the chemotypization of the essential oils we are using, because the active ingredients can give very different results. So in the framework of the StopMedWaste project, we have mainly tested essential oils on stone fruit. I should say also that we tested them on strawberries, but the results were not very nice. So at the end, we decided not to present this data, but I would like to say that as strawberries are highly perishable fruit, well, the essential oils cannot be applied, and they give very easily phytotoxicity. So in the case of nectarines, we have tested at the beginning 5 different oils: thyme, savory, basil, fennel, and lemon. first, we had an in vitro activity. So we started with a test in vitro, and with this, we have seen that lemon was the one which was less effective, whereas the other four gave some interesting results at 3 concentrations that we tested. Then we passed to some in vivo tests, which were done on fruit, which were artificially inoculated with the Monilinia fructicola, and they were stored for 2 weeks at 1 degree, and then for 7 days at 24 degrees. In this case, we added also fludeoxonil as a chemical, and there were also the controls. Just looking at the results, we can see that these essential oils were quite effective until they were used in storage. And it is also important that the essential oils were not applied directly on the fruit, but they were applied through biofumigation in cabinets which were closed. So it was a slow release of the essential oils over time. When we opened the storage chambers, we could see that the efficacy was completely lost. So we mainly could hypothesize that we are speaking about a fungistatic activity instead of a fungitoxic activities, only partial inhibition during the storage. Then we moved with the best 3 essential oils working in vivo. In this case, we tested the efficacy, but we checked also the effect on the quality and on the fruit microbiome. About the results in vivo, we could see, that there was a very good effect of the essential oil of fennel, basil, and lemon at 20 days of storage. But during shelf life, again, the activity was mainly lost. And in this case, we worked with natural infection. So the fruit were not inoculated. By isolating at the end of the trial, mainly Monilinia came out, and mainly Monilinia fructicola, but there were also some other pathogens post-harvest rots. About the quality, we could see that there were not really high difference between the treatments. Only there was a positive effect on the firmness, and we could see that, well, at the end of the storage and at the end of the shelf life, we could see a difference in the firmness of the fruit, significant at the end of the shelf life. Looking at the effect of the essential oil application on the microbiome, in particular on the epiphytes present on the on the nectarine skin, we could see that in general, there was a reduction of Monilinia. In this case, we tested the essential oil of basil, and it had an inhibitory activity towards Monilinia, which is indicated by the violet color. But at the end of shelf life, we could see that Monilinia was partially substituted by penicillium. So as we have observed also in other cases, there was a sort of inhibition of Monilinia, but the pathogen was substituted by another pathogen, penicillium, which is less effective to the essential oil application. Okay, I just show quickly the results on apple. In this case, similarly, we work with 3 different essential oils. We checked the biofumigation in vitro and in vivo on fruit. The results showed quite a good activity, mainly at 1% concentration. Then here we can see the rot incidence on the apple. And I just would like to show that all the treatments had not effect on the apple quality. There was a significant effect of savory and thyme, in particular against Botrytis cinerea, which was in this case the target pathogen. We also characterized the release of volatile organic compounds, in particular estragol released by basil, carvacrol by savory essential oil, and thymol by thyme essential oils. And we could see over time that we had a slow release during all the time of storage, which is a good result to keep the activity, even if there is not a direct contact between the fruit and the essential oils. Just as a result, also in this case, on the microbiome analysis, what is interesting is that, again, the thyme essential oils was very good in inhibiting Botrytis cinerea, but penicillium was taking the place of Botrytis cinerea at the end of shelf life. So again, we can see that the essential oils are very good sometimes, but they inhibit certain pathogens, but these pathogens are substituted maybe by some others which are less sensitive to the essential oils. And then I would like to move to some results on the biological control. In this case, we mainly focused on the use of yeast. The idea we had was to use some biocontrol agents which were previously isolated in our laboratory, but also on some new biocontrol agents which have been isolated in the last period, especially by Julia, and with a new method which is based on endophytic isolation. So we tried also to check some endophytes which are living together with the fruit. So to check some microorganisms that can survive better into the environment. In this case, the results I show are on strawberry, peach, nectarine, and grapevine. Okay, about strawberry, we tested 7 different yeast which are in our collection. These are the results of 2022. There was no inoculation because strawberries are rotten easily with Botrytis cinerea, and it was 7 days storage plus 2 days shelf life. In these experiments, we selected 2 microorganisms which were more effective, the strain MS and the PL5 in the first trial, and the strains FR4A and FR9B in the second trial. Then in 2033, we used these 4 biocontrol agents previously selected. Again, we did not inoculate the fruits because Botrytis is always very easily present. And here we can observe the results after 4 days of storage, and then after 7 days of storage, 10, and at the end, shelf life. In particular, 2 strains were more effective until the end of the trial, FR4A and MS. FR4A is an endophyte, and MS is an old biocontrol agent which we have in our collection. We measured the incidence, the severity. Here I report only the index, but we also calculated the McKinney index. And we showed that there was not any significant effect on the quality of the fruit. We also sampled strawberries for microbiome analysis, but in this case, well, we are waiting for the results from the sequencing service, so it's not has not yet arrived. Okay, about the nectarines, a similar protocols was followed. So we measured the rot incidence by applying 3 different biocontrol agents, AP47 MS and FR4A. After 28 days of storage, we looked at the results, and MS was the strain giving the best results. But I will leave more information to another presentation, which will be made tomorrow by Julia. Okay, so I will present this last work. It's a work that we performed with a different fruit, in this case grapevine. And the idea was a bit different because we wanted to test potential biocontrol agents against botrytis cinerea, but we also wanted to check if this biocontrol agent can have a bioprotection activity during winemaking. So the idea is if this microorganism can also inhibit the development of undesired microorganisms during wine fermentation. And just looking at the first aspect, so the reduction of the disease incidence, we can see that MS, our strains, which was previously isolated from grapevine, so it is coming from the same source, was really effective in reducing the rot incidence, together with the commercial product, which is called Prelude, Torulaspora del Bureki, is in this case. We also evaluated what was the effect on the microbiome of this fruit. And in general, we could see a very good reduction of botrytis, which was inoculated. And there was also a good development of all the biocontrol agents applied on the surface of the fruit. Then, looking at the bioprotection activity, we could see that our strain MS was not so effective. On the contrary, two commercial products which are registered for this reason worked very well. And this is Picchia cluiveri, frozen, and Torulaspora del Bureki, Prelude. So at the end, just to the take-home message of this application is that for the biocontrol, Mechanikovia pulcherrima, our strain, and Torulaspora were very good. For the bioprotection, Torulaspora and the Picchia were working better. And if we had to choose among these three strains, at the end, I could say that Torulaspora was the only one that gave both activity at a very satisfactory level. Okay, so that's all for my presentation. I would like to thank mainly the Prima, the StopMedWaste project that permitted most of this activity, and the people that are working with me to prepare all of these results. Thank you.
Thank you, Davide, for the presentation with a lot of data. Are there any questions to Davide concerning this presentation? Okay. Pervin.
Thank you, Davide, for good jobs. I would like to ask about the essential oils. Just a general idea. I would like to ask, what do you think about the practical use of this kind of substance for the stability means?
Yes. Well, about the practical application, the biggest problem has been, in my opinion, until now, the off flavor, which are left on the fruit. For this reason, we moved from the previous application directly on the fruit to the application just in the environment of storage. And the result from this is that when you open the chambers or the environment which is closed, if you leave 24 hours, you lose maybe the flavors in the taste and flavor that you can have on the fruit. So that is one of the issues. Another issue for the practical application is, in my opinion, due to the registration. Because to register, you should show that it has not a negative effect on the human health. And I know from previous preparation of dossier for registration that sometimes, because they contain some phenols, it is important to check this activity. So I think these are the two main troubles that we can have. But there are products which are registered anyway. So a French company, as Xeda, for example, has different products. Essential oil of mint, for example, is registered. There is essential oil coming from grapefruit from another company, seed grapefruit, and another product coming, what is the name? Thyme Xeda from Xeda also is another product based on thyme. So I believe you have to overpass this issue of registration, but at the end there is some potential application.
What about stability of this kind of stuff?
What we observed is that by using slow release diffusers, you can have a good stability over time. So it is important to have a characterized product at the beginning so that you know the composition. But even after maybe 2-3 months, you still have a release of the main components. So it is a way in order to reduce the loss of efficacy. What we would like to test in the future is the use of nano sponges or nanomaterial for slow release over time. So maybe this is a potential application also.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You have a question? Okay, go. Yes. Microphone.
Microphone.
Turn it on, push.
Using these biological compounds, yes, there is restriction for registration and the development of maybe negative flavor on fruits, etc. But these fruits when they are stored in low temperature, and then in general they should be treated with classical fungicides in general, mainly when these fruits are for the exportation. And in this case, we have to see the balance of residues of classical fungicides, which are harmful for the health, I think.
Yeah.
And this flavor and registration is administrative thing and not related to the health. But the flavor maybe we can be manage it compared to the classical fungicides like fluorodeoxonil or imazalil with the residues, etc. My opinion, what I think about this. Did you agree with me? Maybe.
Well, I say you should have a balance because there is a push from the political situation in Europe, from the farm to fork approach to halve the use of pesticides. So this is pushing to eliminate some pesticides. And also, for example, fluorodeoxonil, which is the only product applied on stone fruit, applicable on stone fruit, is a candidate for substitution. So it should be eliminated in the future. But on the other side, looking at the packing house, the fruit production chain, it is important to take into consideration that you cannot introduce a different flavor to your fruit. So that is also important. Okay.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions, Davide. Very good talk and very interesting results. The first one is, since you have a good experience on the use of essential oil, when you think it can be the best moment to apply and which can be the optimal storage? It can be better to have a treatment for a long storage period, a short storage period, keeping fruit at room temperature, according to your opinion. Which of those
Yes.
fits better?
To my opinion, the length of storage is not a very big issue. The problem is that when you take the fruit out from the storage, with this application method, you lose the activity. So at that time, what you should do is to reduce to a minimum the time from opening the chambers, the cold chambers, to the commercialization. So yeah, the shelf life should be very short. But storage, to me, can be solved, the issue of storage. And low temperature, probably, yes. Low temperatures gives a longer efficacy.
Very good. And another question before to leave to the audience and the
I have a-
people that already connected online is that you tested those biocontrol agents in post-harvest environment and they perform pretty well. Do you have an idea of how it is their relative activity as compared to allowed biocontrol agents already on the market?
Well, I believe it's quite similar. So the activity is mainly based on competition. So this is the main competition for iron and nutrients. Yeah.
Another question, can I? Yeah, Davide. You said that it is effective,
Which
the essential oil. Whether they are effective until the concentration is high. When you open, the concentration is lower. But you mentioned also an activity on nectarine. You have a latent infection.
yes.
But during storage, there was an effectiveness of essential oil. How do you explain this kind of activity? I mean, latent infection are always very difficult to control, except you have systemic ingredients. Essential oil are not systemic. How so? The reason why they reduce the development during storage, also at low temperature.
Well, my hypothesis is that monilinia, in the case of nectarines, we had both inoculation and not inoculated trials. In not inoculated trials with natural infection, in this case, I believe the essential oil has some capacity to penetrate the first layers of the fruit. So it has a very good inhibitory activity towards monilinia, and it was demonstrated by the in vitro test, because monilinia is really sensitive to some essential oils. On the other side, botrytis is a bit less sensitive, as Gianfranco also showed, and penicillium is really not sensitive to monilinia, to essential oil activity. So I believe that this presence of the essential oil in the storage can inhibit quite well monilinia, but when you open, you lose this concentration, which is residual maybe at the beginning. So you lose the fungistatic activity. Yeah.
Okay. And concerning the concerning strawberry biocontrol agent, you applied after harvest or before harvest?
After. We have not done pre-harvest trial.
Yeah, and the results were not so.
Well, with some biocontrol agent, results are quite good. There is also an end of fight coming from strawberry, which was very good in controlling. But we have not yet tested the pre-harvest application.
Yeah, also because in strawberry, the infection, botrytis infection, generally are latent.
Yes, you're right.
Contracted during flowering. At the end of flowering, they remain latent until the ripening of fruit. So the pre-harvest in that case can be
Good way.
in my idea more interesting than post-harvest. After harvest, the strawberry are so delicate, so difficult.
Yes, yes. I should say efficacy was 50%, so not too much high. So probably a pre-harvest application at flowering time would be good. Yes.
In view of post-harvest, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
There are two questions. from online. Did you try other strains of Torulospora dulbrechi than the Prelude 1?
We tested only on grapevine, not other strains, only these two which are commercial products. It was a work carried out together with the food microbiology group, this one.
Okay. Another question from Valeria Danirato. Essential oil are known to affect the taste of fruit. Did you find any change in taste?
When in previous experiment we did direct application, yes, it was very strong. By using this not direct application, and 24 hours, you lose this change in the taste.
Okay. No other question online, so we can other question from okay, thank you very much, Davide. And we can move to the next presentation made by Pervin Kinay and Mahmoud Kilic from Turkey, effect of post-harvest UVC application on post-harvest decay on strawberry fruits.
Thank you. Thank you for this meeting to Gianfranco and his, okay, now it's okay. And also for the leadership of him. It was a good experience for me and for my team also. It's nice to meet all of you. The work I will mention today is just one part of our studies. We work 4 fruit groups: citrus, pomegranate, grape, and strawberries. Now I will talk about the strawberry results. We work with the UVC light after the post-harvest treatments, as a post-harvest treatments. As we know, the strawberries are very perishable fruits and they have lots of pathogens, especially gray molds, anthracnose, and rhizopus fruit rots are very important pathogen for this group. And UVC light has a germicidal effect and a hormetic effect on the pathogens, and it's reduced to some storage routes after the post-harvest applications in many studies. And we try also this application on the post-harvest treatment as a post-harvest treatment on the strawberries. UV light is a surface disinfectant, and it's used for the air sterilization, surface sterilization, instrument and equipment sterilization, and water disinfections. We use UVC light as a 254 nanometer for the surface treatments. It's not penetrate inside of the tissues. It's just affect 50 and 300 nanometer into the plant tissues. What we did, we harvest the strawberry fruit from the field. We use the Rubigo variety from Nazilli in Aydın, near to the Izmir, and we moved them to our laboratory, and we applied the UVC light after these harvest conditions, and we use 5 different periods, times, and different doses, as we see here. And we keep them after these treatments on cold storage conditions for 10 days. And then we evaluate the development, road development and quality analysis we carried out. And the fruits did not inoculated. We just see the natural infections on the fruits. After the results, we got some effective doses, especially 3 minutes for 3 these kilojoule metica 3.11 more doses affected the decay development very effectively, as we see, and the quality of the fruit we tested. We did this experiment for 2 years in 200 for 2 years we did these experiments, and in both the years we got the results for 3 minutes applications. The decay development, especially botrytis cinerea and rhizopus, inhibited very effectively. This is the doses and control, and the effective doses for 3 minutes. 3.11 kilojoule is worked very well. As we see, the botrytis and rhizopus are the main pathogen after the post-harvest development. And we look at also the quality of the fruits, and there was no significant efficacy on the quality of the fruits. What is the mechanism of the mode of action? The UVC light is the stimulation of the defense mechanisms as a hormetic effect, and surface sterilization on the fruits, and also lethal effect for the pathogens, especially latent pathogens. It's very important. And UVC treatment applied during the post-harvest storage conditions has been shown to improve the fruit quality also. In our study, we saw the same results. There is no changing on the quality parameters. And as a result, UV application also maturation, it has effect on the also maturation of the fruits. Like the other studies, they found also the good results for the post-harvest application. Several applications supported our results, as we see. As a result of these studies, we can advise UVC is a good surface sterilisant, and it eliminates the pathogen on the fruits. And in order to surface sterilization, it can be used effectively. It's also, but the latent infection, if it's inside of the tissue, of course, it won't be work, because it's just the surface sterilisant. And UVC lamps should be behind the protective barriers, of course, for the users. It's very important. Just a brief results of these studies I will give you. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin, for the nice results. Yeah, for sure, UVC is an interesting physical way for controlling disease, but on strawberry is not easy because of a latent infection, because it is a so delicate fruit. Are there any application in Turkey of UVC?
No,
also another
not
commodity.
Not common. It's just in the practical, it's not, there is no practical studies and uses, just for the small experiments, I can say.
Okay.
Yeah.
For sure, on fruits that can rotate.
Yeah, it's
is
very
better.
important to rotate of the fruits because it's
Good.
just effect on the face of the fruits, and the other side is not
Yeah.
effective
Control, yeah.
because of the rotation is very important. And
Okay.
duration also very important.
Duration of the UVC
Yeah.
treatment, yeah. Okay. Question from people?
Can I have one?
Yeah.
Go. Microphone.
Very much
Microphone.
presentation.
Microphone.
Microphone.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I know that working with strawberry is not an easy work because I start working with strawberry, and in 2-3 days it was invaded by fungi, so it is not easy. But my question is, if there is residue of UV on the fruit or not?
No, there is no,
Question,
there is no residue because it's not stable.
No, it is not stable.
Yeah.
And the second question is about the time of treatment from 3 minutes to 7 or.
Yeah, 10 minutes.
And the efficacy is lost when we increase the time.
No, as we expect, when we increase the duration, the effectiveness gets higher than higher, but it's not working like this. In the higher doses and higher duration, the decay developments goes to the very higher levels. You know, the hormocidal and geometric effects is different, working very different way. Also they affect the higher doses affect also the fruit surface. Some phytotoxic effects also be occur because of this. It's not working directly. Thank you so much.
Yeah, perfect. Very good job. Which kind of fruit do you think is more proper to be treated with UVC according to your experience?
Mm-hmm. You know, citrus fruits maybe and apples. I can say not very perishable fruits. This is very perishable fruits, and as Muhammad Bashir said, it's very difficult to work with these fruits. When you touch even your fingers, it's make wounds, and it's not easy to work with these fruits. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
You work also included with pomegranates and citrus.
Yes.
Can you give us like the optimum conditions of UV treatment for pomegranate and citrus in general? Like for strawberries, where like the optimum around 2 minutes of application, and for pomegranate and citrus?
For pomegranate, we didn't work with the UVC light, but with previous studies, we worked with the citrus fruits, especially mandarins. And also in citrus fruits, 3 minutes is a very good result. It gave very good results.
Okay.
No, just one curiosity about the machine you used. Is it a prototype that you built?
Yeah, it's
or there was a company that was interested in building this machine?
No, it's just a prototype because of this. There is some wrong things, as Antonio said. There is no rotation in our machine, so we will add also the rotation for this machine. We just used as a handling, as a not mechanically. Just we put the fruits and we change the size surface of the fruits. Because of this, it should be work another sides, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Pervin. A curiosity, you said that the ripening after due to treatment was delayed.
Mhm.
How you explain this delay of ripening of strawberry?
You know, I think it's because of the ethylene synthesis. It's affect the ethylene synthesis, and so if you stop a little bit, not all of the synthesis, of course, if you stop a little bit to ethylene synthesis, and your fruits can be stay young, I can
Yeah.
say.
And maybe also more reactive
Yeah.
to
Other,
not the latent infection, but the infection on the surface.
yeah,
Sure.
of course,
This is
of
true.
course.
There is a question online from Zipora Tietel. How was quality evaluated?
Quality evaluation.
The quality of
We looked at for the you know pH and some soluble contents. Also, we look at and color changes. We do look at all the I mean all the standard quality parameters, and there is no changes. There's no significant difference between the control and the treatment fruits.
Okay, and this is good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hardness also, yeah. Mhm.
And those others.
Yeah,
Okay.
but it's not changed.
There is a question from Muna.
Thank you for your presentation. Just I have a question about the storage temperature that you use.
Storage temperature is
As you
zero.
say,
Zero.
yes.
Zero.
As you said, the strawberry is a perishable fruit. So do you think that the storage at 0 degrees Celsius in combination with your UV treatment have some interaction on your, I mean, if you interact storage temperature and the UV amount applied on the fruit can have ulterior results or impacts considering the storage temperature? I mean, you choose 0 degree. I mean, it's close to the to make some disorder, physiological disorder, because perishable, it's perishate rapidly, strawberry. So what do you think about the storage? It is the optimum.
It is the optimum cold storage conditions for the strawberries. It's a commercial uses of the storage condition for the strawberries. For strawberry, for apple, for grape, also they stored for the 0 degrees.
Okay,
Yeah, it's very standard.
Thank you. Maybe my suggestion is to analyze, for example, 0 degree compared to 2 or 4, and then with your treatment with UV to see, I mean, differences maybe in results, no?
Yeah,
Just the,
but you're right, maybe, but for the pathogen development and also for the quality of the fruits, it's very important. The 1 degree, 2 degree is very important. It makes changes on the pathogen development, especially. Because of this, they prefer to store 0 degree strawberries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, 0 degree centigrade is very good for the quality of the fruit, but botrytis is not stopped.
Yeah.
Also at 0 degrees, it continues to develop and so to induce rots. Other questions? Okay, if no other questions, thank you very much, Pervin. Thank you. And we can move to the presentation by Maria Bernadita Perez Gago, Veronica Taberner, Luis Palou from Ivia, Spain, and Clara Montesinos from Deco, Spain. Antifungal edible coatings to reduce decay and maintain post-harvest quality of citrus, plums, and pomegranates. Bernadita.
Okay, thank you, Antonio. Well, we have already heard during the morning the problems about fruits and vegetables in terms of food waste caused by post-harvest diseases and the need to look for eco-friendly alternatives to chemical synthetic fungicides. And among the different strategies that are addressed in the StopMedWaste Prima project, the IBIA group is responsible for the development of antifungal edible coatings to extend the shelf life of citrus, stone fruits, and pomegranates. Edible coatings have received in the last years a lot of attention from researchers and also the industry as an economic, safe, easy and sustainable technology. These coatings are formulated from biopolymers in combination or not with different lipids. And these formulations are able to provide a semi-permeable barrier to gases and to water vapor, which translates when we apply them to fruits and vegetables in a reduction in weight loss and also the metabolic activity. These coatings also allow the incorporation of active substances such as antioxidants, antimicrobials, aroma, and many other active ingredients that can translate or can help to reduce or control, for example, post-harvest decay. Enzymatic browning, for example, in the case of minimally processed fruits and vegetables. In the particular case of antifungal edible coatings, is that for a few biopolymers that present inherent antimicrobial activity, such as chitosan and aloe vera, and this morning Gianfranco already presented results with chitosan, the rest of the biopolymers require the incorporation of non-polluting antifungal ingredients such as grass salts, essential oils, natural plant extracts, biocontrol agents, among others. The development of these antifungal edible coatings is a technological challenge. Actually, the performance of these coatings should be evaluated considering all the interactions among the different elements of the same system, which included the target pathogen, the coating composition, particularly the active ingredient and the interaction of this active ingredient with the rest of the ingredients of the formulations, the commodity, including the cultivar and the physiological stage, and of course the storage conditions. So our objective within the StopMedWaste project was to develop novel antifungal edible coatings for citrus, stone fruits, and pomegranates, able to control decay and maintain the fruit quality during cold storage and shelf life. And for these, specific objectives included to evaluate the in vitro activity against target pathogens of different essential oils, natural extracts, and grass salts. To formulate new antifungal edible coatings with selected antifungal ingredients selected from the in vitro test, and to evaluate the curative activity against target pathogens on artificially inoculated fruit at 20 degrees Celsius. To assess the decay control of selected coatings and also the quality of the fruit during long-term cold storage, followed by a shelf life period of 20 degrees. And there is also a final stage in collaboration with the Iberica of scaling up manufacture of the most effective coatings and packing house applications. In the in vitro test, we evaluate different essential oils, natural extracts, also pure volatiles, and some grass salts against target pathogens. The methodology differs depending on the chemical nature of the ingredients, and we evaluate the mycelial growth inhibition compared to control samples during incubation at 25 degrees. These tables summarize the ingredients and the concentrations that were able to provide a mycelial growth inhibition above 19% compared to control samples, and these were the ingredients and concentrations where we initiated the in vivo test that were selected for the in vivo test. The in vivo test was preceded by an intensive work of formulation and selection of coating ingredients. We evaluate different biopolymers, lipid emulsifiers that were combined with the selected antifungal ingredients in the in vitro in the in vitro test, a selection of the final formulation for each commodity was based on emulsion stability and viscosity. This is very important for the industry because sometimes some of these formulations are quite viscous and they are not applicable at a commercial scale, for example. Also the field forming properties, the ability of the formulation to wet the fruit, not to provide tacking and to provide a good appearance. And now I'm going to give you only some information of the main results. Okay, for citrus, actually we selected a formulation based on citrus pectin combined with beeswax, and we formulate coatings with selected antifungal essential oils and natural and plant extracts at different concentrations. Regarding the curative activity at 20 degrees Celsius, the most effective coatings were able to reduce green mold incidence and severity of Valencia oranges in the range of 40% and 40-55% respectively, compared to control samples after 8 days of storage of incubation at 20 degrees. The control was, all the fruit was inoculated. And also effective coatings were able to reduce shower rot incidence and severity by 70 to 100% compared to uncoated oranges after 20 days of incubation at 20 degrees. So the most effective coatings here during the curative activity at 20 degrees Celsius were later evaluated during cold storage. And the result showed that the most effective coatings and reduced green mold incidence and severity of Valencia oranges in the range of 35-50% compared to control samples after 6 weeks of cold storage at 5 degrees Celsius. In terms of quality, the coatings satisfactorily reduce weight loss, maintain the quality, and improve fruit gloss after 8 weeks of cold storage, followed by 1 week at 20 degrees of shelf life. And overall, the most effective coating was the formulated with 0.8 eugenol, which performed best in terms of post-harvest quality and also decay control. In the case of plums, I'm going to show you the last part of the work that we have carried out. With plums, previous studies considering in vitro in curative activity at 20 degrees and also the effect during cold storage. The most effective active ingredient was geraniol at 0.2%. So this active ingredient was later tested during cold storage, also combined or incorporated into 2 different coatings, 2 different biopolymer coatings, one based on hydroxypropyl methylcellulose and another based in gum arabic. And from these results, here during the cold storage, I'm showing the results after 5 weeks of storage at 1 degree Celsius. The most effective coating was the one formulated with hydroxypropyl methylcellulose. This coating reduced incidence by 30% and severity by 60% compared to control samples. And in terms of quality, this coating also helped to maintain color and firmness and significantly reduce weight loss and chilling injury symptoms after 8 weeks of cold storage at 1, followed by 3 days at 7 degrees Celsius, simulating transportation. Remember that, for stone fruits, the range of storage temperature between 5 and 7 degrees is kind of the chilling injury temperature. And many times during transportation, this temperature is reached, and this translate later in chilling injury symptoms when the consumers get the fruit in their houses. So, and later on, we simulate also a shelf life period at 20 degrees. And overall, we can say that this coating, based in HPMC containing 0.2 geraniol, has a potential for stone fruits, especially for plums. In the case of pomegranates, we work with the cultivar Mollar de Elche, which is the most important one in our area, in Spain, actually. The results show that the combination of a formulation based on hydroxypropylmethylcellulose with sodium benzoate as antifungal agent and modified atmosphere packaging was as effective as fluodioxinil, reducing or controlling decay caused by natural infection. And this combination, this treatment, was also effective in reducing weight loss and did not affect negatively the physicochemical and sensory quality of the pomegranates after long-term cold storage. We are talking about 15 weeks of storage at 5 degrees Celsius plus 1 week at 20 degrees Celsius. And in the last stage of this project, we have been collaborating with the Ibérica, which has done the scaling up of the selected coatings successfully from the lab scale to first to a pilot plant scale and later to a commercial scale. And these coatings have been already tested in packing houses, in nectarine plums and pomegranates. And next weeks, we are going to start to do the packing house application for citrus. And actually, in general, the results corroborate which has been seen in the lab scale. With pomegranates, we are still evaluating quality. Actually, today, the group is evaluating the quality of pomegranates that have been 12 weeks in a cold storage plus 1 week at 20 degrees Celsius. Part of the results from the project have been published in open access journals. Here in the meeting, we have 3 posters that you can go and visit. If you have any question, just contact or ask me. The results have been also presented in different national and international symposium in 5 of the workshops organized by the StopMedWaste partners. To the sector, to the Spanish sector, we have transferred the results into workshops. And I want just to thank the funding agencies, or especially also the Ibérica, and I want to thank to Dr. Clara Montesinos and Elena Sanchez that have been a great help, and of course to the hard work of many students, postdocs, and visitor scholars. And here I want to highlight actually the mobility of young researchers between the different groups of the StopMedWaste project. Ana Maria Micunzi visited us 1 week ago, our lab. In a few weeks, we will have some young researcher from Cyprus University, and also from Libya. We have young researchers that visited La Marque University and also University of Torino. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Bernard, for a really nice presentation. A lot of data also in this case, as in the other presentation. And we have time for questions. There are. Gianfranco.
Yeah, everyone. You did a very good job with the list of coatings, and some of them are pretty close to the market. That is one of the good achievement of the project. So, which is, according to you, the selection that can have a life beyond the project, according to your data that you got, and with interaction with the companies that is very, very welcome. And I take the chance to acknowledge the very important contribution of DECO and of ICAChem, that are the two SME that joined the project and provided a very practical point of view. So thanks also to the units that interact with them.
You mean about the coatings that we have formulated, which are closer, I mean, have the potential to be applied? Okay. In my opinion, regarding the results, I think the formulations with the pectin, with citrus pectin, have a great potential for citrus. And the results with stone fruits are also quite good in terms of not only control decay, but also all the physiological changes that we can show in stone fruits. The problem here is the use of essential oils. Actually, I mean, the regulation or the legislations, even though we are using all the ingredients that are grass or food grade, actually, the legislation needs to follow, in this case, a specific, the ingredients should be included in the list of ingredients as surface coating of fruits and vegetables. So that is not only necessary that the ingredients that you evaluate are grass or edible, I mean, or edible, I mean, they need to be included in that list. So in this case, the industry needs to follow and to see whether or not they pursue the registration of these ingredients as possible ingredients in these active coatings. Okay, so there is something that they still need to work with. But actually the industry, DECO in this case, is happy of the results, because we also did also the physicochemical and also the sensory evaluation of these formulations. And here we didn't find any effect of phytotoxicity and also any negative effect on sensory quality. So this is something that is that it looks promising, these coatings, but still the industry needs to see the part of the regulations. Okay.
Just if I can implement, do you think that it will be possible to pass these difficult steps?
I think so, but it will cost a lot of money, time, efforts, and the industry need to be willing to do it. Okay. And they need to see that the formulation, I mean, that there is the formulations work. They are not going to do it without seeing whether or not they work. So actually, the idea will be also to do a second, I mean, to next year, for example, try again with the stone fruits during the season and corroborate the results. Okay, they need to really see whether or not the results, but they are looking for solutions. Okay, so I think it will be possible, but it will take time. Okay.
You tested the coatings or formulation mainly in curative treatments.
Yes.
Do you tested the preventive activity of this?
No, not here, because it's more important the curative activity than the preventive activity. Actually, even the effectiveness will be even higher with preventing than curative. So in here we went to the curative because it was.
Because I used the two method of.
Yeah, but we thought that it was more important to do it in curative, which is the most important case, as there are pathogens and.
Yes, thank you. I have a question about your protocol that you applied. You said that you used a chilling injury temperature after storage between shelf life. Can you explain a bit more about the
Yes.
damages of this temperature?
Yes, actually, in stone fruits, optimum storage condition is 1 degree Celsius, 1 degrees, okay? This is normal. And actually, in stone fruits, chilling injury temperatures are in the range of 5-7 degrees Celsius. What is the problem? That in the companies, in the packing houses, they really accomplish these 1 degrees optimum temperatures. But during transportation, it's very difficult. So we simulate this a small transportation period of 3 days at 7 degrees Celsius, 5-7 degrees Celsius, which is the so-called chilling injury temperature, to see if the coatings are able to reduce chilling injury symptoms. And after that, we simulated the shell life period at 20 degrees Celsius.
Yeah. Questions? I have just a comment concerning the chilling injury. It's very interesting that the coating is capable to reduce this phenomenon. And in case, for example, if you have a lower chilling injury, especially for tropical or subtropical fruits, you can improve all the system because you can apply lower temperature without use coating, lower temperature without physiological problems, and also you can increase the shelf life during storage. Yeah, this is
yes, absolutely.
Maybe not only on stone fruits, but
not only fruits, but also in other fruits, subtropical and tropical fruits. Actually, well, one way to reduce chilling injury is the use of controlled atmosphere.
Yeah.
Okay. And here with the coating, we are creating a modified atmosphere. So in terms of physiology, they are helping. Of course, we need to get the optimum barrier, not to create anaerobiosis or anaerobic respiration, but the effect of the coatings in physiology translates in this reduction during of chilling injury symptoms.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Bernadita. Other questions? If no other question, okay, we close this first part, and we can open based on the program, a general discussion on all the presentation that we had. And so question from all of you, and also from speaker, because from speakers, because based on the results that we have heard in this session, maybe we can have a new idea on what to face problems of storage and to avoid rot development. So if there are some of you, one of you that would like to start with these considerations, are welcome. And also from online, please, if you want to have questions, you can write and we can give an answer. Okay, Luis.
Thank you very much for all interesting presentations and the nice outcomes that came after all the hard work that our groups have been done during these 3 years of the project. So I think we can be very happy about all the work we have done and all the results we have obtained. And of course, it's always interesting to discuss about these subjects related to post-harvest pathology mostly, and also post-harvest physiology. And in this sense, I would like to talk a little bit maybe about the importance of the control of decay with preventive treatments in contrast to curative treatments. Of course, there is not a general thing that we can say about. In every case will depend on the disease we try to control, in the pathosystem, let's say, in the commodity and the specific pathogen that is causing that disease. So in some cases, sometimes we can hear that, oh, it's not important maybe to see the preventive activity. So I would not agree with that, because every pathosystem will have the specific characteristics that will define what's important to do after harvest. In general, all the diseases that are caused by latent pathogens, I would say that to evaluate the preventive activity could be very secondary. I would say that in general, all diseases caused maybe by botrytis, by monilinia, by Coletotrichum, which are mostly a big percentage of post-harvest decay is caused by latent pathogens. In this case, of course, what you need is a curative treatment, because when the fruit arrives to the packing house, when you are going to do your post-harvest treatment, the fruit is already infected. It's a latent pathogen. So you need a curative treatment. But this is not always true, because it can be diseases in which a variable percentage of the final decay that is gotten commercially is caused by infections that take place in the packing house. And a good example of that could be some infections by penicillium in citrus fruit, for example, and in other fruits. So besides that, you can need a curative treatment to control the infections that are already present in the fruit when the fruit arrives to the packing house or to the rancher or to the greening room, whatever is done commercially first. It can be always a variable percentage of the final decay that is produced by infections that take place even after the treatment, even after a post-harvest treatment has been done. For example, in a packing line, but then if you put that fruit treated in the packing line into a storage room or a degreening room or wherever, where because of negligible sanitation of the facilities, there can be lots of or big loads of inoculum of penicillium basically in those facilities, then during this packing line handling of the fruit, new wounds can be done to those fruits. And these new wounds can be infected later, but this environmental inoculum of penicillium present in the packing. So in this case, a preventive treatment can be also very important, because that preventive treatment will protect the fruit from these later infections that can take place. But in other cases, like, as I said, caused by latent, mostly caused by latent infections from the field, I would say that curative activity would be a lot more important to test in our alternatives to fungicides that can take place. Another thing that I would like to comment about these problems, about the regulations and all the administrative and problems that we are facing in our case in under the European Union legislation. I would say there is a kind of controversy or I think regulators, especially in Europe, they should more actively clarify what they want. Because from one side, of course, the farm to fork strategies, all the philosophy regarding the policies of the European Union, they want to reduce fungicides, they want to increase organic production, but by the other side, they don't put on the table facilities to do that in terms of facilitate the registration of new natural products. Of course, Each ingredient has to be tested. We need the AFSA reports. Of course, everything has to be put on the table before a new chemical, even if it comes from natural or not, a new chemical can be used. But they should, if they want to do what they want to do in terms of policy, they should make that easier. Make that easier for the companies and for the sector to implement new alternatives for post-harvest antifungal treatments. And from that point of view, it's very important also from the sector, the companies, they have to pursue these very expensive and time-consuming registrations. One of the factors that I would say they stop more right now is because they don't need to do so just now, because they have still, they can use many or some chemicals that are very cost effective. We all know the case of imazalyl in citrus, rhodioxonil in stone fruits. So if they can use commercially these solutions, it's very difficult for them to spend money and time in registering other alternatives, which at this moment economically is not mandatory for them. So I would say that in the near future, in terms of how the evolution of these topics are coming, probably in the near future we can see an increase of new registrations of alternatives, but only when other chemicals used right now are completely banned. But if that is not the case, it's going to be very difficult to get on new registrations. So that's my opinion.
Other questions or other comments? In this case, comments.
I can just provide a contribution to what Luis told, and I agree with what you told. But I guess that there are different lines and sometimes also contrasting. One is the one of request from consumers, or we don't know how much consumers are aware of this, because the rules tells that whatever is on the market is safe. Otherwise, it will not be on the market. And Davide, and I want to hear his feedback later about the regulation of those innovations on which we are working, because some can be relatively easy to be on the market, and from some others, it will be a little bit more difficult. So they can have a different, or it can be a different interest from the company to invest, as Bernardita told, because something can be very, very safe, but not to be easy to turn in practice. And the company, we can do research in a project and we investigate a lot of things. It is relatively easy to test the system and see if it works, and in vitro it is very, very easy to find something effective. In semi-commercial condition, it is easy to find 1 out of 3, 4, 5, 10 solutions that can work well. In commercial condition is much more difficult. So it should be the effectiveness that should be consistent, not in a trial out of 5, but in 99 out of 100, because the data of the industry is now that to have a new commercial compound registered as plant protection product needed 300 million euro or dollars. So it is a huge amount of money. To invest in one product, So this is the current picture. But on the same side, there are the consumers and maybe also the retailers that play each other to attract the consumer, and including the fear of synthetic pesticide. And telling, okay, I have less residues, I have less compounds as compared to the other that sell the same product with more or less the same quality. And the scientist knows pretty well that they are more or less the same and there is no worry. But they try to induce the fear. So this is another game that in which the retailers play a good job and try to attract consumers on our shoulder, because usually they attract consumers asking them to pay more. Legislation is a process that it is quite slow to change. So now there is a kind of proposal, not easy to turn in practice, but we should have a dedicated line to tell, okay, we have something that is natural, it is safe. We don't have to demonstrate that we can that it can be dangerous for the environment. But it is not true any time. For example, time ago, maybe 20 years ago or so, I was in California working on Muscador albus, that was a biocontrol agent that worked very, very well. And it was very, very close to go on the market when they discovered that it produced a huge amount of volatiles, and one of them had cancerogenic effects, so it was stopped. So even with biocontrol agent or with natural compound, we need to demonstrate that it is not dangerous, because even the poison is natural, but can have some effects. So even with the natural compounds, we have to demonstrate that it is not dangerous. So the view should be that in the next year, we should have a shorter chain and also a less expensive way to go to registration, those so-called biocontrol solutions. And with that, because if now the company has to invest the same amount of money than a synthetic pesticide with something that does not have the same effectiveness, we should pose question, and they usually pose question to us as a researcher. But this is a contribution. I don't know if any of you has a comment about.
Okay, I start from your point. Well, I just take the example of biocontrol, which is a really long story now. Because we have been starting to work with biocontrol, not me, but before me in the 80s. So it was really promising at that time. And some products arrived to the market. But they arrived into the market mainly outside the European Union. So just to see the first product in Europe, we had to wait another 20 years. So it was very slow and long process. And I believe what is an issue still nowadays is that about biocontrol agents, there has been so much research that we should have 100 products on the market. But at the end, we have Aurobasidium pullulans, which is only pre-harvest application. So, for example, it's not registered in post-harvest. Then we had Echnicolia fructicola, and it has been withdrawn from the market for some issues currently. And what else? We have Candida oleophila. Candida oleophila is the only product which is currently on the market. So I believe there is really a strong bottleneck. And also, I want to say that we have been hearing about a reform of the registration process in Europe, also since 15 years at least, in order to facilitate the registration of low-risk substances. I believe that there should be a response from the European Union about this, because they are really contrasting these two topics. One is the search of alternatives, and the other is the registration process. Just I was speaking a few months ago with colleagues in Brazil, where the registration process for biocontrol agents is 6 months. 6 months to reach the market. And in Europe, we are at 8 to 10 years. 8 to 10 years, something that is not sustainable for any company. So I believe this is the biggest problem we are facing. So this is to answer the registration point of view. I think on the other side also, if there is not a reform, there is a failure of the policy. Because we have this target, 2030 farm to fork, 50% reduction, and it's not feasible. So already there was a postponement. Now they are thinking about 2035. But if they do not introduce instruments to facilitate the system, we still will be at the same level. So we cannot introduce products on the market, though as a researcher, we know we have good products. So this is a good point.
Thank you for these considerations. I'm the same idea with all of my colleagues. We are working as a experimentally, and some of them goes to the practical uses, but it's very important to acceptable for the practical packing houses because they have a standard process for the post-harvest uses, standard lines, and they don't want to change this system easily. If you in the practical uses, it's very important to instant effectiveness. They want the high effectiveness as fungicide, but it's not working with the fungicide with these alternative means. Because of this, it's not mostly our studies say in the laboratories and as a result of the papers, and it's not a conflict. It's not goes to the practical uses because of this, I think. And another side is the quality of the fruits is very important. The pre-harvest applications, pre-harvest practice is very important. Luis said before, because of the latent infections. If your fruits already infected, whatever you do is not important because inside of the fruits, you don't know what happens. Because of this, the latent infections and the handling of the pre-harvest applications is very important for the long storage life of the fruits, I mean. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Can you read from the...
I see that there is a new method of formulating these biological products, such as nano encapsulation. And this method, reviewing this method in the literature, seems to be a success or a good mean to preserve these biological compound, such as essential oils, releasing slowly this the active compound in these, such, for example, essential oils or others, and releasing slowly this matter in the commodity, such as fruit or seeds or others. And it seems to be a good method to formulate these products. I ask what can you about what do you think about this method of nano-encapsulation, if you have some results or what you can explain about this method, all of you.
Encapsulation, nano-encapsulation or encapsulation of active ingredients is a good approach to be able to for the control release of the active ingredient. Actually, for example, the incorporation of essential oil into a coating formulation. If you encapsulate the essential oil, you are able to reduce also the negative impact that this essential oil might have on sensory, and also you can improve the release and the activity on the coated fruit. So encapsulation is a potential, is an important potential. So, and now you can find a lot of works in the bibliography about this encapsulation. Actually, also Davide talk about or mention about the possibility to encapsulate or to put in porous matrices for the control release, for example, of essential oils. So this is a good technology that, of course, also need a lot of research to have an effective treatment, because you can encapsulate and later on you don't find any release because the capsule is let's say, not very scientifically, but very hard core, and you don't find that release. So you need to look to study also the release, the conditions. So there are many a lot of work to do on that. Okay, so as technology, I think is important. In edible coatings, of course, we can say that we encapsulate the active ingredient because we formulate emulsions or nanoemulsions, or so this is a technology that has an important potential, but still needs a lot of research to find a final product that is feasible. Okay, and of course, you still have the problem that the ingredients that you use need to be accepted by the regulation, by legislation. Okay, so it has a potential, a lot of work to do, and now it's because actually when you and in the case of the nano, when you go to nano scale, you have more surface area and you have a greater activity. Of course, you need also to look for other harmful potentials of the nanos. So many things to study behind or regarding this topic that you already mentioned. But still, the ingredients need to be registered. Okay, and we face that problem. And regarding coming back to the registration, I don't know if you want to add something or somebody wants to add something regarding Becker's comment. Somebody wants to add something about nanotechnologies? No? Okay. No, coming back to registration and so on, it's important to consider that, for example, some of the ingredients that we are using in edible coatings are approved as a food grade ingredients to be incorporated in other foods. Let's say, for example, cysteine is used in bread making. There are many preservatives that are accepted by the legislation to be used in jams or juices or other. However, they are not included with the specific purpose of for as a surface coating ingredient. So they need there is a need. I mean, there is information about the effect of these ingredients. Sorry, let me explain it again. If they are accepted for a specific use, but they are not accepted by the legislation for the specific use of surface coatings of fruits and vegetables. So that's probably something that the legislation, if they have all the information about how harmful is an ingredient, a food grade ingredient for example, jams or fruits, jams, for example, or juices, if this ingredient is accepted for that purpose at a certain concentration, legislation should be probably more open to allow them to be used as ingredient of a coating. But I don't know, what do you think about it?
Yeah, my opinion concerning the coating is that, as you said, some substances are really used in the jam or something like that, that you cannot separate, whereas not allowed for vegetables and fruits, where you can sometimes also you can wash. If you have some fears about that, you can wash and you can delay it. You can avoid this. However, I think that maybe we can go toward the conclusion of this session to leave the, yeah, I think like a conclusion that based on your very briefly, your words, that all the infection are very important in for harvest, not only after harvest. So you have to start, as we said in many other occasions, we have to start in to reduce the latent infection. So pre-harvest, during harvest, during packaging, and after storage. So each kind of operator should be awake. The farmer to reduce the latent infection, the packing gas operator to reduce wounds and so on, and also during storage. For example, one of the reason why ozone is working during storage is because there is a great reduction of environmental pollution, for example, penicillium during storage. So you can avoid after harvest, after storage, during storage infection. So each one should be awake. It's not like when we use fungicides. I can remember one event, for example, concerning an active ingredient that was capable. We tested this. One application during just after flowering was able to control the disease during the season. The disease, I mean, botrytis on table grape, during the season until harvest, and also during the post-harvest phase until the arrival on the market. But this substance was at the end was so strong that the residues were still present on the plants after 1-2 years, giving very bad situation of I mean something like hormone effective effect, and so this substance was withdrawn from the market. I mean it was a chemical, it was a substance that induced was persistent. This is a very important aspect, but at the end was withdrawn from the market because no good for the plant, and probably also from the sanitary, for the safety of the substance. In case of alternative control means, this kind of persistence activity is not possible to have, maybe except with genetic improvement of the plant. So we have to we have to accept this, that we can have this hurdle to put in each phase of the growth. And concerning the registration, I think that since the European community is the idea is to reduce dramatically the number of ingredients, also the legislation should change. For example, one change is in the arrival of basic substances, for which I think, and Gianfranco there is a registration process less long than the other. So we are towards the reduced difficulties in the registration. So I'm really confident that in the next future, maybe near the 2035, we will have in Europe also, as in Brazil, legislation that will be more easy for these new control means. So I leave the floor now to Gianfranco for the other part of the concerning feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Antonio, and thanks to all the speakers and to all the ones that fit into discussion. Between now and the lunch, there is the last short part, and there is that related to the feedback to the project. So we set up an international advisory board with some specialists in the field, wild world known specialists in the field, with Joe Smarnik from California, and now is Knight there. From Josef Usal from Spain, and he says hello to all of us. Lisa Korst and Rosa Rolle we will hear next days here in Ancona, and with Dov Pruski, that is the representative now here. And we invite you, Dov, to give few words about what it was done according to your point of view into this project, and if they fit into the perspective of the trend that is toward sustainability, but toward effectiveness and toward the sustainable management of post-harvest disease of fresh fruit. Oh.
I'm sorry that I am the only one that from all the group that came, but I was just to say that I read for a long time all the report that Gianfranco sent me this last week, and you have done tremendous amount of work. Dealing with fungicide, dealing with volatiles, dealing with wax, dealing with the essential oil, encapsulation, tremendous amount of work that everything is publishable, everything is should be appear in PBT, but the question is what we have for Europe. And I think that the synthesis of the significant work has to be done at the end. And so, you know, it's very easy to determine for a local place the use of a series of treatment. For example, Dr. Spadaro talked about the biological control in Brazil. I was in one place in Brazil several years ago. They found a strain and they use it. They were not asking too much. It was natural and it was used in all the southern Brazil. So there are less limitation in some other countries than in Europe. So the idea is you cannot do all the work that you have done and try to use it in Spain, either in Spain or in other countries, but you have to synthesize a lot of the work. What I was missing in the work is at the end to try for pomegranates, for Luis, you have to come out with one specific series of treatment that are probably will can be used at the present time, and you can support the growers. It's not enough to say, well, we have tested this, and this. Nowadays, there are a series of treatment that we can use them, and that's what has to come out from this tremendous amount of work that you have done. You have created a lot of new ideas. So this is one thing that I believe, summary of specific treatments for crops in a combination of treatments that are available nowadays. The second thing that is very important, that is different from what the Professor Ippolito said, that we are storing fruit for a longer period of time. It's not enough, whatever we did 1 month, 2 months for local consumption. We are eating apples 1 year. So we have to understand that there is no single or a couple of treatments that are enough. I will talk a little bit during my the presentation in the cost about the importance of the physiology. It's very important. I believe, even I am a plant pathology, I realize that the physiology of the fruit and the regulation of the physiology of the fruit is very important and should come together with any type of post-harvest treatment or pre-harvest treatment. So this is so if you combine the first summary and of specific treatments that might be efficient presently, if you combine the fact that there are physiological effects on the fruit that you can actually you can improve the fruit, call it new ways of modify atmosphere, new ways of control atmosphere. All this might lead to what I call a new European way of treatment. The fact that post-harvest treatment are the result of series of treatments, this is what we need. There is no single bullet, and you can continue testing all the new technologies. Yes, you can, because for that we are researching, but we have to combine all the technologies all together. So, summary of the summary, you have done tremendous amount of work. You have to select a specific series of treatment and decide how you will be applying it presently. And I think you have done a tremendous amount of work. Congratulations.
Thank you, Gov, for your feedback and for your advice. We have some small amount of project to go on, but interaction with the company are progressing since the beginning. And as we heard, in a list of talks are going on, and we try to do our best, and we try to do our best when we have these kind of meetings to have a straight interaction with the companies. We will see also in the next days. For example, we had a meeting with Antonio organized in a storage room of a packing house. So really where the problem starts and where they need to be solved. So thanks you, Dov. Thanks to all of you. Nice time to refresh a little bit. So let's be back at 2:30. And thanks to all the people that joined online and posted questions. And feel free to go on and to do on as well in the afternoon and in the following days. See you later.
Okay, just one word, Gianfranco. Sorry for taking the words after you, but we are really, all of us that participated to the project, we have really say thank you to Gianfranco for pushing us with meetings, asking reports and so on, because with this pushing, we really made this hard work, as Davoprowski said to us. Thank you, Gianfranco.
To start this session with the chair of Agro-Food Prima project, that is Mohamed Vaghei, that is following us online. And Mohamed, hello from all of us in Ancona.
Hello, good afternoon, Gianfranco, and to everybody. How are you?
Fine, fine.
Thank you so much for the kind invitation. I would really prefer and wish to be with you, but unfortunately, as you may know, that it is the peak time at Brima was launching the new call, and also tomorrow we will all together will go to Brussels to have a kickoff meeting of one of our new projects of Horizon. I think I couldn't see you. I think you are muted.
Go on, we are.
Okay. Okay, just on behalf of the Brima Secretariat, I don't know if maybe I can give you like first greeting and to congratulate you on behalf of the Brima Secretariat here. Congratulations for two purposes. First, for the successful conclusion of the project StopMedWaste under your coordination, Gianfranco, and your wonderful team. For sure, for us, this project is one of the best practices that we witness in the Brima over the years. But also we are here together today also to celebrate the new start of a new journey, again under your coordination, which is the future for Brima. Sorry, the stop with the food waste stop project under the coast action. As you know that we in the Brima program, the agri-food is one of the main challenges facing the Mediterranean region, and we are always with the support of the Brima participating states and the European Commission. Every year we are launching calls tackling the different aspects of the value chain of the agri-food, such as the traceability, authenticity, food losses and waste, and many other things, including for sure the Mediterranean diet. If you witness, just like a week ago, we organized the Brima Info Day, and you may found that the food waste and loss is one of the topic of this year under Section 1. So it is a good chance as well, an opportunity, and this gathering in Ancona, maybe to discuss with your friends and your other partners the possibility and the chance to apply for the current Brima topic for this year, the agri-food for Section 1. Now, returning back to the coast project, I remember it was initiated among a small group of agri-food Brima coordinators. And in the beginning, I remember the first meeting, Gianfranco, you have been elected to be the coordinator of this project and to take the lead with the help of your support team, especially for sure Marwa, that I'm sending her my regards from Barcelona. And you did very well and wonderful job with the partners, with the core leaders of the consortium, and it was submitted in the beginning in the first trial. You got a very high score, but unfortunately the project will not fund it. But you didn't give up. You keep trying, and with the help of the team and the consortium members, you rephrased or advanced the application and resubmitted it again to the post action program, and it has been accepted this time and being funded. This taught us that we never give up. If you apply to Prima or to the Horizon and so on, you didn't make it from the first trial, don't give up, keep trying and advance the application, fulfill what is requested from the assessors on the evaluation summary report, and submit it again. The point of the food waste and loss is very important for us as Prima, as I mentioned in the beginning, and with the help of the Prima projects such as the StopMedWaste and the cost action, this would be a very good chance and opportunity to solve this pressing challenge in the region, which is highly food dependent and depend on importing food from abroad. I don't want to take much longer. I just want to greet you and to congratulate you for this success of the project, and just always consider Prima as a partner or a virtual partner in your cost action. We will be always there to provide any kind of support and help to you throughout the implementation of the project, the food waste stop. Thank you again, Gianfranco, for your sincere and hard effort and work, and wish you all the best and good luck. Thank you.
Ahmed, for the very good words, and we have clear in mind that Prima is a big umbrella under all of us are behind. So thanks for the support that you had toward us since the beginning. And I remember that meeting of a few years ago in which you fostered and you told who of you wants to take cost action, and the people were silent. So I just told I may. And so we are here, and now
we are all lucky that you
this morning,
took the
Prima is
initiative and the
an excellent
leadership,
networking opportunity, and we are here discussing with the people on site and with a good bunch of people that are following online, and many more will be tomorrow with the cost action, and everybody will be the opportunity to report the advance of the knowledge that they are taking on step by step all together. So this morning we talked about one of the Prima project, but it is a pleasure to have here 4 more coordinators or deputy coordinators. And the first one is Fernando Perez Rodriguez, that will have a talk about and will give a window on the Prima e-coordinated BioFresh Cloud. So thank you, Mohamed, again, and the floor is of Fernando. See you soon, and good luck for your meeting in Brussels.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. So first, I would like to thank Gianfranco for the kind invitation just to present our project, which is a Prima project as well. I also happy just to have another Prima project here. I think it's a very good opportunity just to join forces and to find synergies between us. Hopefully, we can also join forces for the next Prima goals coming up. So I will talk about BioFresh Cloud. This is as I said, as a Prima project. Behind this acronym, there is a long title, and I don't want to read this, but you can just read it on the slide. So I will explain. I don't want to show results, but I will explain the concept that we have behind this Prima project, which I'm coordinating. This is the layout of my presentation, but I will start just saying that we are 5 countries from Europe and North Africa, working together to reduce food waste and specifically to enhance shelf life of 2 different vegetables. This is the idea we have. So when we started to develop this idea, we have in mind these 3 concepts: environment, profit, and the consumer. And when we say consumer, we are talking about food quality. So we will assemble this proposal. So we keep in mind of these 3 ideas. And our hypothesis here in our BioFirst Cloud is that if we increase 1 day the shelf life of one specific product, we can increase the profit and we can reduce the food waste. So that's why our goal was to just to try to enhance shelf life. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days can have a very important impact in the environment, but also in the profit of the companies. So we wanted to have a high impact in our impact, actually. So that's why we chose through 2 products, strawberry and tomatoes, and also we chose 3, the third of the most important producers of these 2 products. This was the idea. So that's why we have partners coming from Morocco, Turkey, and Spain, which are, as I said, is the main producers of these 2 products. So when we think about shelf life, or we think about reduced food waste, we can just act in different steps as links on along food chain. But we don't want to cover everything because we have limited time when we are just addressing a project. So that's why we focus specifically here. You have a kind of pictogram just reflecting some steps. So we're focusing specifically in the quality of the produce, not the product, the produce of the product deterioration process, and the stock management. So it means that we are focusing more in post-harvest steps, actually. One of the ideas that we wanted to just to implement this project is that maybe the food waste that we want to reduce can be used to reduce food waste. So the idea was to use food waste that we have in agriculture to obtain some materials that can be applied to generate food packaging system that can enhance shelf life. This was the idea. This is a kind of double effect in our approach. So, but also we want to combine some new tendencies, trends, I would say, in science, and we want to adopt this bio-digital approach that I mentioned in this slide. We want to digitalize biological systems. We wanted to use mathematical equation, try to get in a system the biological functioning of some system. And then with this, we wanted to have information that we can apply also to improve shelf life along the food chain. I will explain later. So at the end, our purpose was to combine bio-based solution, just as you already mentioned in your Prima, and digital solution, just based on this bio-digital approach, and combine both and to check both in a kind of demonstration exercise in the project. This is our implementation plan. We have several VPs. So the first and the second VP is more oriented just to get these bioactive compounds, these bio solutions, VP1 and VP2. This bio solution will be based on the food waste. So we want to find, I will explain later, bioactive compounds, but also biopreservatives from this food waste to be used to preserve food along the food chain. This is a VP1 and VP2. In VP3 and 4, we went for this digital approach. So we developed in VP3 models. I will explain later. And also we try to digitalize these models just to be implementing in traceability systems or in some risk management system applied in the food chain. So let's talk about bio-based solution. This is our idea, just to use food waste to generate packaging system, new packaging system. So we apply this zero waste approach. We want to valorize all the fraction that we have in the food waste. Actually, our idea was to use the food waste from strawberry and tomato to be used in food packaging to be used for food for the strawberry and tomato. So we do this cascade valorization process based on biorefinery methodologies just to extract these valuable substances or material to be used. When we talk about these agricultural bioproducts or residues, we shouldn't forget that these residues are made out of two fractions, the biological fraction and the chemical fraction. So most of the cases when you are applying biorefinery approaches, you are more focusing on chemical fraction actually. But we wanted also to use this biological one. So this what I am presenting in this slide is this our approach. We wanted first to review which is the microbiota that we can find in the food waste of these two plants or fruits, and see if the microbiota can have theoretically bioprotective capacity. So based on the species and based on the groups that we have in the microbiota, the typical microbiota of both plants and food waste. So we bump into that we already have some groups that are potentially biopreservatives. It means that we can apply them post-harvest to increase and to enhance the shelf life and to fight against pathogens, foodborne pathogens, for humans, I mean, but also for spoliars microorganisms. So this is what we did actually. Sorry. So we isolated some bacteria from the food waste and checked this antimicrobial activity against spoilers and also pathogens, as you can see in one of the squares that we have in the slide. We also, based on the extracting materials from these food waste, we could also design some coating systems that we apply for strawberry. We also, based on this lignocellulose biomass or material, we can also develop rigid packaging system that you can see in the left side of the slide. So, and then also we just found some bioactive compounds that can also can be combined with this coating system that can also add to this more rigid packaging trays or system. It's true that when you design a project, you are never able to cover everything. In some cases, we have to have some contingency plans. We have to adapt that we are finding in the process when you are implementing the project. And in this case, we are reflecting that for some products, maybe coating is not the best solution. When you are talking about packaging or so on, maybe washing can be more adapted to the processing steps that are applied to the product. So this is the case of tomato. So coating in tomato is not feasible in many cases, well, depending also on the variety, of course, but we also wanted to, I would say, expand our goals in BioFresh Cloud, just adding or applying the bioactive compounds that we found in food waste into washing steps for tomato. That's what you already have here. We also have another alternatives that we were also discussing in the project, but we finally just focus on this application of these bioactive compounds during the washing of tomato. So this is the biodigital and the bio-based solution that we have in BioFresh Clouds, and also now we have the biodigital solutions or the digital solution. So this is the concept. We want to, with this digital solution, we want to predict the status of the product. I will explain later. But based on this predicted status of the product in just regarding the food quality, also the microbiological quality, and to anticipate, to project what is going to happen in the future. So in that way, you just can anticipate if you are going to have a problem, you can implement such a measure that can just prevent it. So the idea is just to have these predictive tools just to try to prevent any events that can result in the spoilage or in the waste of the product. How we did that? First, we implemented different kind of target methods, like NIR systems. So you can predict based on NIR spectra the current status of the product in terms of sensory quality, but also microbiological quality. So this is a kind of implementation that you can do online, actually. So it means that we can have this information in real time. We also developed some image-based model that can predict these quality parameters based on the picture of the product, as you can see here. We also integrated this into AI systems. So it means that you can have some deep machine learning just classifying your product based on the image. If the product is spoiled or not, is having a adequate quality or not. It can be done in real time on site, on the place. So actually, this system can also be stored in other software tools that can be used by end users. It doesn't mean that what we are doing in BioFresh Cloud is going to be just in BioFresh Cloud. We want to make this available for the end users. So that's why we have that as an existing software tool, which is MicroHybro. This is a tool that we developed in Cordoba, just to store these models, just to make them applicable in real life. So I forgot to mention that we actually develop models to anticipate. One of these models, just a kind of example, is a model that you have on the slide. This is a model just predicting the germination probability of Botrytis cinerea. So we can predict the germination probability based on some environmental parameters. Specifically, I'm talking about water activity, relative humidity, and temperature. So if we know what is the environmental condition of one strawberry contaminated by Botrytis, we can also know the probability of germination. So we want to use this model in this system to predict what is going to happen, and based on that, just to take action, just to prevent it. So we are applying models. So it means that we have to this prediction from these models has to be available for the ones that are going to take these actions, or are to take these actions. So that's why we design a cloud system. So all the information, all the predictions that we can generate with the models, even with this NIR system, these non-target methods, will be stored in the cloud. So it means that someone along the food chain can access that and see. So what you have on the slide is a kind of cloud design architecture. So in which we have different kind of data layers. Each data layer is reflecting an input of one of this model of digital tools that we are using. So at the end, I don't want to complicate too much my presentation, but we are developing a kind of distributed database on which any link in the food chain can access and take the right information that they need just to predict what is going to happen. So this system will be is already being validated by consumers. So we want to see if what we are predicting is what the consumer are seeing. So that's why we are validating these predictive tools. We are also doing a demonstration, as I said at the beginning. We are having some companies collaborating with us. Here you have some of them. For the bioactive compounds, this biosolution that I mentioned before, this demonstration has been done actually under lab conditions. So we had some problems just to implement this in a real condition. It's connected to the discussion that you already had. So we were collaborating with one of the main retailers in Turkey, which is Migros. So when we started to write the proposal, we thought maybe you can, if we develop a new biosolution, so you can implement in your system, you can just distribute it and see what is going to happen. Not, because the regulation is not allowed just to use this. We need authorization to be implemented in a real system. You can do it in our storage, but just for you, not just in the real condition, just trying just to distribute it to the retailer and from the retailer to the consumer and so on. This is impossible. So that's why we have to compromise here, and we have to take the real data from the supply chain of Migros, just taking the temperature that they already have, just day by day, and to reproduce this in the lab. If we get closer to reality, but we were not in the real world, actually. So this is our compromise for this. And for the case of the digital solution, we were able to implement in the real world. So with the help of Migros, we could apply the NIR systems. We could also apply the models for predicting the quality of strawberry and tomato. We can also use this cloud system to collect all this information and to share this information with the different links or steps. And based on this information, take action to see if the product is already expired or not. If it's just one day before expiry, what is going to be done? Is you are going to sell the product here, or you can send it one more kilometer. So this action can be taken based on this information. And it was done in our demonstration part of the project. Okay, so now we are almost at the end of the project. We are analyzing all the data. This is our performance analysis, and hopefully things will be good, and we could also improve the shelf life of these products and also reduce the environmental impact of them. So I would like to finish my presentation and just again thank Gianfranco and the StopMedWaste project, the invitation, and also the Prima programs and all the partners that are collaborating in BioFresh Cloud. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fernando, for giving us this window. And it was cool to see that we have more or less the same critical points, but we are trying to address all of them in the same way, on the same path, and maybe we can find a way together to do a first step. Thank you again, Fernando. And now we can move to a next window from Laura Gasco with the project Advagromed. We will change a little bit subject, moving toward the animals and see what we can do to reduce. Okay, thank you. To reduce the loss and waste also on that side, and how we can improve sustainability.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. So thank you very much for this invitation and to give me the opportunity to tell you something about the Advagromed project. So Advagromed means Advanced Agroecological Approaches based on the integration of insect farming with local field practice in Mediterranean countries. Advagromed is a Prima Section 2 project that was granted in 2021. So now we have passed the first year of the project in September 2023. The idea of Advagromed is, of course, to reduce waste, and to reduce waste using insects. In particular, in this project, we are targeting 2 different species. So Hermetia illucens, which is most known as black butterfly, and Tenebrio morito, which is the yellow mealworm. And why insects? Because insects are quite good in converting waste and then taking nutrients that remain in waste and use them to grow. And so in that way, they bioconvert what is a waste, something that has to be thrown away, and which is a cost for the environment and also a cost for the company that is producing waste, that they have to dispose that into landfill. So the bioconversion process enabled to produce, in that case, larvae, which are quite rich in protein. So they are rich in animal protein because they are animals. And those larvae can be used in animal feed. So the idea of insects, and there is a growing interest for insects as feed and food, is to use a larva from black soldier fly and Tenebrio monitor to produce products for animal feed purposes, so mainly monogastric, so aquaculture, poultry, pigs. And now there are also some ideas with ruminants, even though in Europe it is not permitted. So the idea of the Advagromed project is then to use bio-waste, to use waste from different production, to bioconvert them with insects, and then we will obtain live larvae that will be fed to poultry. And when you are growing insect, you have, of course, something that remains, which are frass. And those frass are very rich in nutrients, and they can be used as fertilizer. So in this project, we are also using the frass from insects and the manure from poultry to reduce what are the mineral fertilizers that are usually used in agriculture. And in that way, we are really closing the loop. So it's a very circular project. In this project, we are 7 partners that are in 6 different countries. And the project has 6 work packages, 1 work package of coordination and 1 of dissemination, but then 4 work packages where we are working quite, I would say we are quite working well in those work packages. So the work package number 2 is, the leader is Christophe Athanasiou from University of Thessaly. And in this work package, we are trying to collect and to have a kind of database of all the byproducts that are produced in the area of the partner. So the idea is really to have a collection and to evaluate the composition of those waste. So to know the quantities that are produced, the location, when they are produced, so if they are produced all over the year or only during a certain period of the year, because this is quite important when you want to have an insect mass production. And then we have the nutrient characterization of those waste to see if they are suitable for the growing of insects. And then we have the part of growing insects. And of course, we also have a kind of database that will be delivered. To give you an example, so in this project, University of Thessaly, University of Torino, Cerida, which is in Spain, then Entogreen, which is a company that is growing insects in Portugal, and the Moroccan partner, which is located in Kenifra, are doing this kind of work with all the byproducts that they have in the neighborland. So the idea is to, well, we decide the protocol and we decide to reach companies in the a distance of 100 kilometers, not more than 100 kilometers from the site where we are growing insects, to reduce the cost of transport. This is how we proceed in Italy. As you can see, we decide, the point is Carmagnola is where our experimental farm is located, where we have the farm, the insect farm. And then we decide to have 100 kilometers. We contact different companies, select the byproducts of those companies based on their dry matter. In case of Unito, we are going to work with yellow mealworm, with the Tenebrio monitor. Means that Tenebrio monitor has some requirement from a nutritional point of view. They need to be grown on dry substrates. Hermetia illucent, which is the black soldier fly, can be grown on very humid substrates. So the choice of the byproducts that you can use will depend on the insect species we are working with. In the case of Unito, we are working with Tenebrio, so we select the byproducts based on their dramite content, and there's also based on their cost. Then we, of course, perform a full chemical characterization of this byproduct, because it's very important to have their chemical composition, because after that, we formulate diets. We are animal nutritionists, so we formulate diets for animals, and insects are animals, so it is quite normal to formulate diets also for them. Then we formulate diets mixing the different byproducts, and well, here there are only 3 diets that are shown to give you an idea. And we also evaluate the cost of those diets, because at the end, also the cost has to be taken into consideration. And then we perform the trials. So here you can see a Tenebrio monitor that are eating In that case, they are eating the wet, the humid source, the water, which is agar. And using the different diets, you can see that we have different grow performance, and this enables us to select the optimal diet for the Tenebrio monitor. And then once we had the optimal diet, what we are currently doing now in UNITO is that we are mass producing the Tenebrio monitor for the work package 3. And the work package 3 is the use of live larvae for poultry. We are in a Prima project, so we decide to work with local breed, so no broilers, no intensive production, but local slow grower breeds. We are working both with laying hens and with meat breed, and we are working in UNITO, in Greece, in Morocco, and in Spain with poultry. And the idea is then to use those larvae based on their composition and to deliver them as live for poultry. Why use them as live larvae and not as dry or as insect meal? Because this will definitely decrease the cost of production, because you don't have to dry, you don't have to process those larvae, you can directly give them to the birds. And it is also something that has an impact on animal health and welfare. The poultry like live insects. Poultry in nature, they eat insects, and trust me, when you deliver live larvae to poultry, they became crazy. They are really, really very happy about that. Then in these trials, what we have done is that we have formulated a core diet. So 90% of a diet that will be the same for all of us, and then a 10% that will be delivered part or in total with insects. So the diet will cover the nutritional requirements of the birds, but the insect will definitely enter in the diet composition. They will not be given as a supplement, so they will be really a part of the diet. And of course, we are going to investigate all the performance. We are going to investigate the animal health, the animal behavior. We have a huge task looking at animal behavior, because the behavior of animals when they react to insects enable them not to be aggressive towards the other. And this can have an impact on their health and also on the use of drugs and antibiotics that can use that you have to use sometimes in farm. And then we are also have a product quality task to investigate the impact of those larvae on the eggs quality or on the meat quality, and also a work package task that will be devoted to the consumer, because we have to be quite aware about the fact that consumers are the end user of our product. So if they don't like this product, you will not find someone that will buy it. One important thing also in this work package is the technology transfer. What we are doing also in this Prima is to transfer all the information and the technology to one partner that was, when it entered in the project, it was not able to grow insect. It was no idea about what insects were. And then we really transfer our technology to him. That means that we teach him how to grow insect, how to construct the facility, and then we visit the Moroccan facility in Kenifra in December this year. It was really amazing to see the work that they have done. I was really impressed about that. So we are going to use both Tenebrio. In case of UNITO, we are going to work with Tenebrio, but Hermetia illucens will be used in Portugal and in Morocco. Then we have the work package 4. So I told you that with what left from the rearing of insects, so the frass and the poultry manure are used for fertilization, and we already did some preliminary trials using, in that case, only frass from insects, and the results are really interesting. And of course, we are doing this kind of trials on local agricultural species that are different in Spain than in Greece or in Morocco or in Italy. And of course, we have a work package that assess all the impact from an environmental and an economical point of view, and that also looks at the consumer acceptance of this kind of new farming system, and this is conducted by Sergei Smetana, that is the deal partner. Within the Advagromed, we also have a work package on dissemination, and we have done already quite nice activities. We have done a very interesting workshop, Living Lab, at the European Conference of Entomology that was held in Greece, in Crete, in October last year. We participate to the Prima Day. That was also a very interesting way to connect also with the other partners. And we have some brochure, and of course we have a website where we can you can have all the information. We visit the Moroccan partners. It was a nice opportunity for us to see how they develop the insect stuff. Now they will have the challenge also to develop the poultry sector for them. That this is something new, but I'm sure that Adnan will be more than able to do it. So this is the Advagromed project. If you have any information, any question, you can go to the website or you can send me an email directly. I will be more than happy to answer all your questions.
Thank you, Laura, for this very challenging opportunity of recycling, and then to have our best for a lower impact on this planet that looks big, but it is not so big.
Yeah, no, definitely. Insect has this potential to reduce the waste, and they are really able to work on any kind of waste. So not only the one that you can officially use in Europe, because we have some, of course, some legislation in Europe, but potentially, especially Hermesia, has the potential to work on huge quantity of organic waste.
Thank you again, Laura. And now, more or less on the same line, we have the feedback of the project Fed Keto from Priscilla Farina and Barbara Conti. We say hello to Barbara Conti, and we hope a quick recover. And but I'm sure that Priscilla knows very well the project, and she will present the project at best.
I will do my best. Thank you so much. So yeah, my name is Priscilla Farina. I hold a postdoc position at the Department of Agriculture, Food and the Environment of the University of Pisa. And the project I'm about to introduce you to is called Fed Keto, which stands for Fresh Food Sustainable Packaging in the Circular Economy. As said before, I'm here on behalf of Professor Barbara Conti, who is the project coordinator and also my supervisor. And unfortunately, she suffered a small injury. She broke her arm, so she was not able to come here. She sends everyone of your greetings through me. And as for me, I thank her for the opportunity and thank the organizing committee for letting me be here. So moving on to the project, Fed Keto lasted exactly 3 years and ended just a few months ago. In the consortium, in the Fed Keto consortium, where are included Italy, of course, with 2 universities, Pisa and Bologna, and 2 small medium enterprises. Then we have France with the Sorbonne Université and the Technical Center for Plastics and Composites called IPC. Then we have Greece with the University of Thessaly, Morocco with the University of Casablanca, and Tunisia with Biotechnology Center called CBBC. So the 3 main goals of Fed Keto were, first of all, to prolong the shelf life of perishable Mediterranean fresh food, so fruit, vegetables, and meat and dairy products, by using a combination of chitosan and essential oils to avoid the attack of specific insect pests and pathogenic fungi. Second point, we tried to develop smart packaging solutions based on chitosan again and essential oils, and enhanced with biosensors to ensure food safety. And third point, under a circular economy approach, to upcycle the fresh food waste and byproducts deriving from the mainstream food production system by rearing the already famous black soldier flies, so Hermetia lucens, and to use then the same insect to extract chitosan again. So the packages included in our project were 10 with, of course, the project coordination and management as a work package 1, and work package 10 dedicated to the dissemination and exploitation of our results. So in the middle, we had 8 operative packages, and we are about to browse through the packages briefly, of course. So at the beginning of the project, of course, I don't have to introduce our main characters, so chitosan and the essential oils, so they are well known among us. So at the beginning of the project in work package 2, we formulated chitosan with different concentrations, and we selected the most suitable to adhere to the different food matrices based on their different viscosity. Then, as each essential oil, as we know, has a specific smell and taste, a trained panel of sensory analysts belonging to my department performed several tests to verify the right combination between the essential oil and the specific food that we wanted to protect. So we selected, for example, mandarin and cinnamon essential oils to protect fruit, black pepper and bay to protect meat and dairy products, and lemon and basil for vegetables, in particular for tomato. Then we wanted to assess the protection given by those formulations of chitosan essential oils against some insect pests and some pathogenic fungi targeted by the project. So among the insect pests, we selected 2 fruit flies that, of course, are dangerous for fruits, a blowfly and a skipper fly that are related to meat. The skipper fly is also related to cheese damages, and a Lepidoptera moth whose larvae are a serious threat to solanaceae plants, especially tomato. As for the fungi, we selected 3 penicillium species that are causal agents, of course, of molds in apples and citrus fruits. And this is my favorite part of keto, just because I am an entomologist, or at least I'm trying to become one. And almost all these trials were part of my PhD project. So if you have specific questions, I'm more than happy to answer. And of course, I will also try to answer 2 questions related to other subjects. At the end of the trials, so we understood that the mixture of chitosan and essential oils with different concentrations of the essential oils based on the essential oil itself and on the specific insect pests were able to protect fresh food against the oviposition of the target species for up to 96 hours. About the penicillium species, the mycologists selected affected fruits deriving from different countries. They isolated and identified the specific penicillium species, and that they established a fungal collection at my department. Then through in vivo and in vitro trials, they assessed, again, that is the mixture of chitosan and essential oil that gave the better protection to the fruits they tested. They worked with citrus fruits, for example, against the spore germination and so the fungal growth. This was a huge part of our project. The University of Bologna and Casablanca did a huge job by developing the prototypes of 10 different biosensors based on paper and screen printed electrodes that relied on the detection of the different reactions through colorimetric, bioluminescent, and chemiluminescent methodologies. Just a few examples. One of the biosensor can detect the presence of mercury, for example. One is for bisphenol A, one for specific pesticides. The one you can see here schematized can detect the presence of food microbial contaminants. Then we have another one for biogenic amines and 2 for different mycotoxins. The second, I would say, biggest work package of the project is the number 5. In this case, the French IPC Center produced two different packaging solutions, both made with biodegradable plastics, chitosan, and some selected essential oils. So using the PBSA, which is flexible, they produce these almost transparent wrapping film, the one you can see on the top of the slide. And with the PLA that is stiffer, they produce the trays you can see here on the bottom. And afterward, in work package 6, the previously described biosensors were embedded in the new created packaging materials. They were fine-tuned based on the different food they had to protect, and they were validated with success. Moving again back to a more familiar topic to me, at my department, my colleague Dr. Abenheim and the University of Thessaly in Greece, they both reared the black soldier fly larvae on waste and byproducts of different fresh food origin. And they extracted first chitin and then chitosan, of course, because that is the chemical procedure, from the pupae of this insect. And then they characterized the chitosan they obtained under a morphological and chemical point of view. And they compared the chitosan with a commercial one from shellfish through different technologies. So UV spectroscopy, infrared X-ray, and transmission and the scanning electron microscopy. In work package 8, the CBBC performed several trials with fresh food protected with chitosan and essential oils, of course, again, to verify their qualitative aspects about health-promoting compounds, for example, their shelf life and their sensory profiles over time during the storage time. So they worked with apples, tomatoes, and beef meat, and in all the cases, more or less, they assessed on a higher content in phenol and flavonoids, so the antioxidant activity of food, and a reduced water loss and microbial growth. The same center performed also 125 surveys on general consumers to verify the acceptability of the newly proposed packaging materials. And the results were very encouraging, as everyone, almost the 100% of the general consumers would use biodegradable packagings, and almost 90% of them would also accept the presence of essential oils in their packaging. These aspects are all related to work package 9. We dealt with the socioeconomic and cost-effectiveness analysis. Indeed, we can see that the negative outcomes for the moment are only related to the high costs that the industries will have to pay to buy chitosan itself and to change their system to produce the packaging. But on the other hand, as also highlighted by the surveys, the positive outcomes are related to the use of natural resources to create the packaging material that are recyclable and do not contain plastics. And those aspects were warmly welcomed by the consumers. So to conclude, we had our, of course, dissemination and exploitation of the results we obtained. These are all our social media contacts. I would like to invite you to have a look at our main website. Of course, over the 3 years, we published more than 30 free access journal articles. One was accepted right on Sunday. We presented our results at more than 20 congresses worldwide, including the Expo in Dubai. We hosted free living labs, webinars, and many other activities. And of course, we had our final meeting last September in Pisa. And with this nice picture, I would like to close my presentation and thank you, every one of you, for your attention.
Thanks to you for the very interesting results, and this also contribute, as the previous one, to kind of recycling and use of insect as a new source
Yes, we did our best.
of biomaterials. Thank you again. And last but not least is the turn of Federico La Spada and Olga Cacciola, and we say hello to her, that will present the project Bio-Orange Pack.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Just a second. Presentation. Okay. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Federico La Spada from the Department of Agriculture, Food and Environment of the University of Catania. First of all, I bring greetings from Professor Cacciola, that is the coordinator of Bio-Orange Pack, that unfortunately could not participate in person to this nice event. And today I will do my best to present major aspects related to our Prima project. That is a project for enhancing the sustainability of post-harvest practices for citrus fruits. The Bio-Orange Pack project consortium consists of 14 partners from 6 countries, and they include both public institutions and private companies. In detail, Italy participates with 5 partners. University of Catania coordinates the project. Then we have the Inter-University Consortium for the development of large interface system, the Sicilian Center for Nuclear Physics and Structured Matter, also private company, 2 private companies that are participating to the project. Algeria participates with the National School of Agronomy, France with the National Research Institute for Agriculture, and also a private company for the development of diagnostic tools for detection of plant pathogen. Spain with 3 partners, with 2 partners, the University of Valencia and the company Implus. Tunisia with 3 partners, among which we have University of Tunis El Manar, the INRAT and the CTA. And finally, Turkey with the University of Ankara. The project is funded in the program PrimaMed, thematic area agri-food value chain, and topic extending shelf life of perishable Mediterranean food products. The total budget of the project is about €1,200,000. The duration of the project is 36 months. The project started in November 2020, and thanks to an extension of 12 months, it will be completed in November 2024. The major goal of the project is to increase the efficiency, sustainability, and competitiveness of the post-farming supply chain of organic citrus fruits in countries from the Mediterranean area. This idea started from the highlighting of several weakness points of the Mediterranean citrus supply chain. First of all, the presence of quarantine plant pathogens that they limitate the market of citrus fruits, and also they need specific strategies for control. The rapid perishability of citrus fruits due to the presence of common plant pathogens like Penicillium species that are determining the major losses of these fruits, and together with the restrictive laws for their control, all these aspects complicate the management of post-harvest citrus supply chain. Also, another aspect important, another weakness point is the presence of mycotoxin produced by post-harvest fungal pathogens. Therefore, all these aspects determines limitation in the expansion of the market of citrus fruits in a country from the Mediterranean area. That therefore, to be competitive, they need to provide high quality fruits, ensure higher health for the consumers, and also to provide fruits with a long shelf life. Then we believe that by the application of the BioOrange Pack projects, we could reduce the losses of citrus supply chain that nowadays they amount to about 30%, then to increase the income from the 70 to 84.5%. In which way? BioOrange Pack is organized in 5 VP. 3 of them, VP1, VP2, and VP3, are the technical VP for the implementation of the solutions that we think to introduce in this supply chain. Particular VP1 aims at developing integrated and sustainable management to prevent fungal infection and mycotoxin in organic citrus fruit and juice. VP2 aims to develop green and sparse solution for extending the shelf life of citrus fruit. Finally, the VP3 is focusing on ICT-based logistics solution for optimizing the shipment and the delivering of citrus fruit. Now I will show some of the major achievements that we got within the framework of the VP. With reference to VP1, we developed new eco-friendly antifungal products to control major fungal infection. In particular, we developed a seaweed extract and plant derivative formula in collaboration with the company Deco Italia SRL that showed marked antifungal post-infection activity toward post-harvest green mold by Penicillium species, and also elicited the plant defense response. Another extract that we developed was a shrimp waste extract, which resulted effective in vitro for the reduction of pathogen growth and viability, and also in vivo for reducing the incidence of green molds. With reference to this extract, we are also testing nowadays its effectiveness in eliciting plant defense response. Also, we selected a new bioproduct in living microorganism that resulted effective in reduction of incidence of green mold in tangerines and orange fruits. Also for this, we are testing the possibility that this microorganism elicit plant defense response. And another technical important part of the workup package. One is related to the development of new tools for the molecular diagnostic of plant pathogens and for the detection of mycotoxin. In this framework, we are developing methods of detection based on recombinase polymerase amplification for the detection of post-harvest citrus pathogens. For the detection of mycotoxin, we are developing new method based on a liquid chromatography coupled to the time of flight mass spectroscopy. With reference to VP2, which aims to produce innovative smart packaging with improved barriers properties for extending the shelf life of citrus fruits, we are working on the developing of new film and coatings in bio-based biodegradable polymers such as chitosan, CMC, and alginate, modified with eco-friendly antifungal formulas that have been also selected in work package 1, and modification have been carried out by using chemical immobilization methods. Results that we got by in vitro tests on major fungal pathogens are promising, especially ones that we got with employment of G-chitosan films modified with eco-friendly substances. With reference to WP3, the work is still ongoing in this task, and we aim to develop a highly technological solution for optimizing the citrus storage and transportation by specific tools like the Citrus Navigator that would be an ICT-based control system to continuously monitor the values of key environmental factors for favoring deterioration during transportation. As Citrus knows that we aim to produce a prototype of a detection platform to monitor the onset of post-harvest rot and fruit degradation during shipment. It will be equipped with a specific sensor to measure conventional VOC, like atmospheric gases, oxygenated compost, etc. And also innovative sensor based on silicon carbide substrate to measure VOX over long distances. All these elements, together with the coating films, will be integrated in the citrus pack. That will be a new packaging for the transportation of citrus fruits and will be self-sufficient in terms of energy, shockproof, and inherently safe. Here I show some of the publications that have been produced so far within the framework of BioOrange Pack, and I present to you some of the participants to BioOrange Pack during one of the meetings, periodical meeting that we have. If you want to know more information about BioOrange Pack, you can visit our website or contact the project coordinator, Professor Santa Olga Cacciola. Also, I can also provide information about the project. I completed. Thank you.
Thank you for showing us your very interesting activities that you are running with this BioOrange Pack project. So we had a broader picture of what's going on into the field of agriculture and with some of new solutions that can be applied in the near future. So I think that that's it for today. So thanks to all the speakers, thanks to all the people that attended here and all the people that attended online. And we say hello to all the people that attended online, and with you that are here, we can have maybe take a very quick coffee and have a tour for the one that wants to the city. We can meet just in front of the building, and we can go with a bus to the Passetto, that is one of the places of Ancona, and we will have the social dinner there close this evening in the restaurant L'Ascensore, that is not so far from Passetto. And for the one that are other duty to take, they can go to the hotel, and then we can meet at the restaurant this evening, or we can meet tomorrow morning here. So have a nice afternoon, whatever you do, and see you tomorrow. Bye.